How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is the 30th live stream here on Carpathian Countryside. How are you doing tonight? I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Oh man, I am pumped and excited for this one. We're starting out with the webcam. Never done that before, but I'm glad we are. Holy cow. Been waiting for this. I've been waiting all day to hop on here, say hi to everyone. Gonna be a good day. Let's go ahead and start reading through some of these chats. We got a few people in here already. Of course, the man, the myth, the legend starts us off strong with what a way to kick off the weekend. Rail fanning Jonah, thank you so very much. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Ken Adlam, how you doing, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Ken says, what up, Jonah? Let's see, we got Reaver Time Todd, howdy y'all. Todd, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. We got Ken saying hey to Todd, and wow, oh hey, what happened? Wow, we've got a couple of memberships to read off here. So we got Reaver Time Todd saying, or I'm sorry, not saying, just became a tier 2 channel member. Todd, thank you so very much. We've got, we've got a few people here that are joining up. Oh, that's why. Ha! We're starting to stream off strong. Luke Bernie King with 5 gifted memberships right off the bat. Thank you, Luke, so very much. Greatly appreciate it. Let's keep on rocking and rolling here. We got Jody. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day, bud. We're going to hear a few dings. Keep on going. That's just fine. Let's see, Jody says, how is everybody's night? It's going fantastic, bud. Hope you're having a great one so far. Ken says, what up, Jody? Jody says, playing Call of Duty. Ooh, switching it up tonight. Very nice. Let's see. We've got Ken says, cool. Custom, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Custom says, face reveal. Face reveal was the last stream there, bud. This is actually old news. That's right. Luke says, hi there, BDD. Luke, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Again, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Greatly appreciate that. Jody says, my #1 buddy. Reaver says, you got a cam. I did get a cam. Yes, last stream. We were popping in and out of the cam, did the face reveal, so yes. And that's all thanks to Rail Fanning Jonah. He was the man, the myth, the legend. The reason I call him that is because he gifted 50 memberships. So it helped us get the cam and get to see my ugly mug. But that's okay. All right, so we've got a guest here tonight. That's right. I am joined by the one, the only, Will T Gaming. Will, how are you doing tonight? Also known as the FS Encyclopedia. Will, how you doing? Oh, Will, are you there? Oh, we might be having some technical difficulties here, so... Huh. Yeah, don't know what's going on there, but Will, go ahead and if you get it worked on your end, go ahead and pop back into the chat there. So, again, Luke with the 5 gifted memberships gave Rainbow Hacker Gaming, Doobie Gaming, Farming with Outlaw AG, Tommy Mossberg, and Patrick Truelove all got gifted memberships by Luke. Thank you, Luke, so very much. Jody says, Team BDD. That's right. That's right. Oh, Will, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. You're coming in a little bit soft, though, if you can turn up the device that you're working on.
How's that?
It's still a bit soft on my end. Let's see if I can potentially bring it a little bit higher. Let's try. Alright, go ahead and say something real quick.
Yo.
Alright, that's a little bit better. Alright. So, like I said, Will, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far.
Oh, I'm doing alright.
Doing alright? You want to give yourself any shout-outs before we get going?
Sure. Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube at Will T Gaming. You can also find me on Twitch at Steinator24. You can also find me on Facebook at Will T Gaming FS Encyclopedia, which I post anything farming simulated, testing lists, new mods, updates, any kind of news at all, you'll find right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll post, especially on the Facebook page, post pretty much everything that most people need to know in the world of Farming Simulator. So if you're wanting to be kept up to date on pretty much anything that's going on in the world of FS, go ahead and give it a follow because it is very informative. I know I keep up with it pretty much on the regular now, and I've learned exponentially more than when I first started. One of these days, I might become. You know what? I won't say that I'll become the new FS Encyclopedia, but I'll be the FS Encyclopedia Lite. Let's see.
I don't know that much, man.
We will agree to disagree on that one. All right, so let's go ahead and get going. We'll go ahead and switch on to the game here. Where we last left off, as you can see, we made an epic mistake. And we tried to plant grass in the wrong month. But we are here in March. It's raining. It's kind of ugly and kind of a bleh kind of day, but that's all right. That's all right. We're going to make it into a good day. So, Will, we have gotten all sorts of news here recently, and I've got some contracts. We've gotten all sorts of news here lately from the people over there at Giants about all the stuff that we have coming to Farming Simulator 22. Of those things that have come out over the past couple of weeks, what are you now most excited about at this point in time?
That's a good question. I mean, I'm excited for everything, honestly. And I find it kind of interesting that you can actually walk up and actually communicate with people. I think that's kind of interesting. I know one thing that I'm very intrigued about is how mozzarella is going to get made.
Yes, that's going to be really cool. I'm hoping that it's kind of a kind of true to life. Only reason I say that is because I've actually made homemade mozzarella before, and I'm just really kind of wondering if they're just going to kind of go the Farming Simulator route, which is, you know, oh well, we're just going to make it to where you put in milk and you get out cheese kind of thing. Is that what they're going to do, or are they going to actually do something with like rennet or a vinegar or something like that to break the milk down and be able to actually make the cheese? That I'm curious. But
Hope so.
What I am most excited about is it was shown here recently was the why can't I remember what it's called off the top? It's the AI worker system. Specifically, it's the GPS. So they showed off a video showing all the different functions that we're going to have. And it's basically, from what I understand it, I've never used it before, so I'm repeating what I've heard, and I believe I heard this directly from Farmer Cop. It's like Courseplay, but better. Now, again, I've never used Courseplay. I'm only just repeating what I heard. And
I have.
based on what it looks like, it looks amazing. Amazing! The fact that you're going to be able to adjust the number of headlands that you can do, you can adjust the working width of your implements. You're going to be able to manually dial all these little things in is going to be insane. And the fact that we're getting it on consoles, it's going to be a good day.
Mm.
So what do you think about it there, Will?
I mean, so yes, I've used Courseplay, of course, in GPS because I have a PC. I definitely feel the way Giants made it is a whole lot easier than what it is on PC right now. Because on PC, it's like several different buttons and you got to figure things out. For Giants, it's just like you pop up a menu and you just select what you need to select, and there you go.
Yeah, like I said, I've never used it, so I don't I can understand, kind of follow along with what you're saying. But it's one of those, like, I can only know secondhand through what you've said and what others have said. But like I said, the fact that it just looks like it's just kind of press and go is nuts. I mean, that I was really hopeful. One of the things I kept saying all along is, man, I really hope that we get the ability to be able to tweak and adjust the number of headlands and things like that, because what immediately kind of ran through my mind are the scenarios where I run into all sorts of issues with workers, with the AI workers specifically. And one of the situations I run into all the time is using the big equipment like potato harvesters, sugar beet harvesters, those really, really big ones, but they have the small working width. So you've only got like what, the 4 or 6 meter working width, and you've got this giantly long machine, right? So you have to do like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 headlands around the entire field in order to have then enough room to just set the worker off and them not skip rows kind of thing and leave product behind. So that's what I've been thinking about this whole time. It's like, man, if all we're going to get is 2 headlands, that's going to be completely useless when it comes to potatoes. It's going to be useless for specifically with the big equipment, and really any large equipment. It would be completely useless because they're so much wider than they are. They're so much longer than they are wide. You have to create the large headlands in order for them to be able to compensate for the area they need to turn around in. Let's see. Let me catch up with the chat here real quick. We've got Jody says, how's the family doing today? They're doing fantastic. We just put the little one, well, the older one down about 40 minutes ago, and she's passed right out like a log. And then we've got the younger one. She is passed out right on top of my wife there in the other room. So they're doing fantastic. Let's see. Custom Motorsports says, I was a little late. Okay, LOL. Just a little late. Just a little, but that's okay. That is okay. Luke says, I was surprised to see your face the first time last stream. Yes. So, again, for those who aren't aware, I got a webcam thanks to Rail Fanning Jonah. And, yeah, we ended up doing a face reveal because I was kind of, quote unquote, duped into the situation. Jonah went out of his way to say, hey, well, if you got 50 memberships, you should do a face reveal. Me not thinking anything of it. It's like, okay, yeah, why not? And what was it, like the next stream or the stream after that? It's like, oh, hey, here's 50 memberships, by the way. So yeah, Jonah, the man, the myth, the legend. He kind of he kind of set me up there, but I'll allow it. Let's see. Luke also says hi there, Will T.
Oh, what up, Luke?
Let's see. Jody says not too long to Farming Simulator 25. No, only a few more weeks. We've got what I think it's like 15 or 18 days, somewhere in that ballpark. And man, am I excited! I am so pumped. Will, how pumped are you?
Oh, I am beyond pumped to the point that, I mean, I play FS22, but not as much as I used to. Only because all these new features that you see are coming to FS25. It's like, you look at that and you look at this game and you're like, what am I playing right now?
Oh, dude, 100%. I completely hear you on that. It's one of those where if I wasn't so adverse to playing a lot of other games, especially here lately, it's just one of those where I would be playing other things other than Farming Simulator. And if it wasn't for the channel, I'd be off doing other things. That's kind of partially the reason why I started playing other Let's Play series. Got the series on Grounded, had the Human Fall Flat series. It's just kind of to kind of diversify my my gaming experience, but also to kind of diversify the channel and start kind of splintering off. But I'm sure as soon as FS25 comes around, it's going to be nothing but Farming Simulator content for quite some time.
I could tell you that I already warned Bree, so she's already aware, and I'm gonna let all my neighbors know, just so they're aware, because we just moved to an apartment. That midnight, the day of release, I'm gonna be up, and I already warned her that I'm gonna be streaming. And it's very funny because you know what the very first question she asked me was?
What's that?
Now, is it you, or is it you and BDD? I'm like, I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that it's him and me streaming like a cross stream, basically.
That's what I'm hoping. I know one of the first things I plan on doing when FS25 comes out is, well, I already took like the week off of work, but you know, obviously I've got 2 young kids and whatnot, so taking that time off of work is basically allowing me to gain an extra slot of time when the oldest goes to bed. You know, it takes a nap in the afternoon kind of thing. So that's really all that works out to. But
yeah. Anyway, I'm off next week, and then the following week is when it comes out. But so I got up until the day that it comes out, and then I got 3 other days off.
Oh, so. Nice. And see, I have to suspect that there's so many people out there right now, and everybody in the chat, go ahead and answer this question for yourselves. Are you specifically taking time off of work or time off of, you know, real life things in order to kind of, you know, inundate your time with as much FS25 content as you possibly can before you have to return to real life? Let me know in the comments, because I'm genuinely curious. You know, I'm kind of hopeful that Will and myself are not the only people that are planning on doing something like this, that we're not the odd ones out. But no, I mean, I'm so beyond excited. I can't wait to, you know, get my hands on it for the first time. You know, I've seen a couple of the videos from like Farmer Cop, DJ Goham, you know, of them kind of running around and playing on it. And it's like the trial kind of limited version of things, so they can't buy productions, they can't build anything. It's basically just a glorified, hey, go run around on this map and, you know, take a look at things. You might be able to plant a few crops, you might be able to do a couple of things, but really outside of that, it's whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Outside of that, it's one of those, like, it is what it is kind of thing. It just kind of gives the barest of highlight features to look at. But I mean, even still, the game itself looks amazing, and even knowing that they specifically said, because it's on a PC that was provided to them by Giants, and it's not the strongest PC according to them, it's one of those where, imagine getting it on, you know, getting on consoles, getting on, you know, a PC that's actually, you know, more than just a baked potato, you know, and I don't know what kind of PC. I'm, again, taking their word, not mine, but imagine getting on a console or on a gaming system where it's actually going to have the horsepower necessary to be able to run really good frames, really good crystal clear images. Oh boy, I can't wait.
Well, I'm in the middle of talking to my wife right now. Hopefully, cross my fingers that I can hopefully get my new PC by then, because I pre-ordered my PlayStation 5, but my brother's borrowing it because he also wants to play it when it comes out too. And I also pre-ordered at my Xbox, go figure. And I also pre-ordered the collector's edition.
So what you're saying is you got a small fortune all wrapped up into Farming Simulator.
Yeah, and I know that the new PC I want to buy is a CyberPower PC, which is a very good brand. It's about $1,100, but it's got way more enough power, it's got above graphics that it's asking for, which I'm excited for. And I'm hoping that I will get an alert, hopefully here within the next week or two, when your birthday gift ships. There we
go. Ooh, I know you keep teasing about it. I'm like, oh, it's a really tempting offer now, because you keep saying, hey, the birthday gift, and I'm like, oh man, do I want the surprise, or do I want to know? It's like, I'm just a small child. I mean, let's face it. At the end of the day, it's like, I'm still the guy at 40 years old who stays up all night for Christmas because I can't sleep
Yeah.
because of the anticipation of
Oh yeah.
giving and getting gifts.
Um, there is one thing I do want to tell you, BDD.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's actually a two-parter. The first part is as of per my wife, which because after I talked to her about it, when I get my new PC, I am shipping my PC that I have right now to you.
Wow,
So
dude, that's that. Thank you. That'd be awesome,
it's like a Merry Christmas gift, basically.
dude. Wow, thank you.
Yeah, so it's gonna come with a tower, keyboard. I got 200 mouses. I'm gonna throw one in there. So, and I'm also going to be sending my steering wheel with a side panel and the pedals with it because my new pedal and stuff is already came in the mail. Just waiting to set it up when I get my new PC.
Dang, so it sounds like I'm gonna have to reinvest in the Farming Simulator and.
Well, and that is. Oh, I'm gonna eat myself for saying this, because I told Brie about it because she looked on Amazon and she goes, really? You got 2 of these? Why? And I'm like, why do you think? And she goes, ah. So, because I bought 2 collector's editions and I got 1 shipping to you. So,
Dude, that's so nice of you. Thank you.
that's your birthday gift. Is the collector's edition. So it comes with 2 copies. You get a digital and a physical copy. Plus, it comes with a 64-bit retro edition. It comes with posters, stickers, a keychain, and it also comes with like the pre-order bonus. I mean, you'll have to get the season pass, but that won't be a big deal. But the one thing I love the most about it is that it comes actually with an ignition starter, so you hook it up by USB and you could turn your vehicles on and off with it.
Dude, that's nuts. Thank you so much.
So
Wow, that's just I'm darn near speechless.
and the PC I have right now will run FS 25 without a problem. So
Oh, dude, that's nuts. Dude, thank you. Man, that definitely gonna have to. Wow, just. So what was funny is, so here lately I've been doing a lot of talking with Reaver Time Todd, and I won't go into like terribly much details, but he was like, "Oh, well, you really ought to get into PCs and whatnot." And I tell you what, Todd, if you're still out there, let me know if you mind if I tell a bit of details about what we've been talking about with your save game and whatnot. If you don't mind, if you do mind, that's fine. Just curious. But anyways, so to kind of tell the story without telling too many details at the moment until I hear something back from him. So we've been going back and forth, and he's like, "Man, there he is. Go ahead. You can show if you want." So I don't have the ability to show videos as of right now, but after you sent me those, I absolutely will. So I'll give the full context because he gave me the green light. So Todd and I have been talking a lot here lately about his build there on Dredge Creek, Alaska, because he's doing a build on the same exact map that I'm doing my Let's Play series on. And he's been giving me all these amazing ideas and whatnot. It's absolutely fantastic, the kind of stuff that he's been like kind of throwing out there, and I'm really excited to kind of start utilizing some of the ideas that he's throwing out. Well, one of the things that he did, because he's on PC, is he made a like legitimate airport there on Dredge Creek, Alaska, and he sent me a video of the actual like airport and whatnot, and it is nuts. It's absolutely ridiculous, the build that he put up, because it's got like the watchtower, it's got It's got obviously the runways, and it's like the full blown commercial runways too. It's not like just a like a dirt pad or something. He's got a couple of buildings out there, and one of them is like the med flight that's like operating right out of the airport kind of thing. It is absolutely nuts, but yeah, him and I've been going back and forth a lot here about it, and oh man, where was I going with this? Oh man, I got so excited to tell the story that I forgot why I was starting to tell the story. All right, so just a quick oh, that's what it was. So he's been like, oh well, you ought to check out going on to PCs. I'm like, man, I'd love to, but especially after seeing his build for the airport, like, man, a PC, is awfully tempting at this point. And it sounds like you pushed it over the edge there, dude. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's wow. I've never had somebody like gift something like that before. That's like I said, it's blowing my mind at the moment.
Well, because I know you stated several different times that eventually you want to switch over to PC, to make better content. I know, and I know that they're super super expensive. That I know right off the bat. And I know that people who have been trying to sell their PCs. I know someone. So my brother's friend has been trying to sell his PC for the last year. He even lowered it to $500, and no one wants it. So I'm like, after having a long discussion with Bree, we came to the conclusion that we'll just say Merry Christmas. Send it over to you.
Oh man, that's awesome, dude. Thank you.
So yeah. So that means you'll have and also the best thing is you won't ever have to worry about it overheating.
Oh really? Why is that?
Because it's a water-based air dry liquid cool system.
Oh wow.
So you don't put water in nothing in it. It just automatically, so it takes moisture from the air and dries it through. So
wow. So it's a beast kind of thing. Like it's not fooling around.
Yeah. So the way the fans are, like I had my PC running for maybe almost 12 hours, and if you run a normal PC, it can get pretty hot.
Oh, for sure.
Even with fans going in it. This has got fans, liquid cooling, and everything in it, and it never overheated. And you could barely tell it was even on.
Wow.
Super, super nice. So.
Dude, I'm blown away. Absolutely blown away.
So yeah, and then for your birthday gift, it's the collection edition. I kind of figured that you'd like that.
Yeah.
Then you can you'll have a steering wheel with pedals. You'll have the Logitech side panel that they made for FS19 that you also use for 22 and for 25. So you'll have that, because I got my new one, the Hori, with like the whole joystick and all that. So.
Wow, dude, that's nuts, and sounds like when you get your new rig, that it's gonna be a bit of a screamer too. So that's gonna be nice.
Yeah, I'm excited to make more, like way more and better content, because, don't get me wrong, I love streaming off my PlayStation. It's super nice, but being able to sit at a PC and actually have it up on one monitor, have your up on another monitor, and then have something else up on another monitor, or just even if you have two monitors, it's super helpful. And and being able to edit videos and do everything else on like a triple monitor setup is unbelievable. It's so nice.
Oh, for sure. I mean, my whole setup right now is on a Elgato that pipes into my laptop, and it's one of those where I could absolutely see that there's going to be better ways of setting up and kind of doing things right now. Like when I turn on the camera next, you'll see I'm in my I call it the man cave, but it's in the living room, So I've got my laptop on my lap. I've got everything kind of mounted to the table that's next to me. But when hopefully eventually when my wife and I move here before too much longer, we plan on trying to get a place where I'm actually going to have a room or a shed or something dedicated to the actual channel. So I'll have like a room that's got the that's actually set up to stream and set up to kind of do all this stuff. So that's my hope is one day building up towards that, but got to get the foundation of it first, So it's just one of those. What's that?
Well, that's what I got. I got a hole. So originally we were going to go for a one bedroom, but of how loving my wife is, very thankful for her for this. Is that she was looking for a 2-bedroom because in that way I have a whole separate bedroom that I could set up as my whole stream room, and I already ordered soundproof, those black panel things you put on the walls.
Yep.
So which I'm waiting for them to come in now too, and because she asked me, well, how come you hook your PC up and all blah blah, and then that's when I was that's when I started talking to her. I get a new PC, and I already ordered the other stuff. I'm like, I'm waiting to get everything all set up before I hook my PC up because I'm also getting a new computer. I'll be selling that one. I'm getting a new computer desk. It's one of those motorized ones you can either sit or stand at.
Oh yeah, those are really nice. When I worked in an office, a lot of our developers on our team, they had those motorized desks there, and you'd be kind of sitting at your desk, and all of a sudden you just see a little head just poking up over over the dividers. It was funny because I'd just be sitting at my desk, and all of a sudden I look off to the corner of my eye, and there's just like you've ever seen that old, I think it's like from World War II, Kilroy Was Here?
No.
So I think it was back in World War II. I could be mistaken about the timing, but there used to be what the soldiers would paint on walls, and it was basically just a human head with a nose kind of peering over the edge of a wall, and underneath they would write "Kilroy Was Here." But that's what it would always remind me of, is just a set of eyes and a nose just kind of poking out, almost like Wilson from Home Improvement. The neighbor. There, how he always had his like face and covered up by the fence panels and stuff. Essentially the same thing, but it was before Home Improvement, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah. I just wanted to let you know that. That's all.
Dude, that's insane. I thank you. That's too kind of you. Too kind.
It'll save you some money.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Let's see. Let me go ahead and switch over to the camera again, and we're going to go ahead and catch up with the chat here. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Let's see. So Jody says, "How you doing there, Will?"
Oh, Jody, I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. I forgot to send the screenshots again to you. I've had a very long week.
So funny story. I I almost reached out to you. I think it was yesterday or possibly even the day before, and saying, "Hey, haven't gotten any screenshots for you here lately. Do I need to send out a search party?" kind of thing. So it's just one of those like, I'll let it go this time.
Yeah, no, I've just had a very, very long week. It's been a very stressful week. So.
Oh, dude, no doubt. It's hopefully things are starting to get better and starting to go on the up and up. But yeah, no, trust me, dude, I hear you there.
And I know Bree's still a little bummed out from hearing that news. So she's still, she's getting over it, but she's still a little bummed out.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing is, like I was saying before, it's gonna take time. At the end of the day, again, we don't have to get into it or anything like that here, but just one of those. It's gonna take time, and there's literally nothing else that can help at that point. Just you know, being there and doing what it is that you can, being the shoulder to cry on, when and if she needs it. Just that's it. That's literally it.
Exactly. Um, if you guys hear any noise at all, it's because people are coming into the apartment. So,
Okay. Okay, no worries, no worries. Let's see. So we've got Luke with all the custom emojis there. Thank you, Luke, so much. Got a BRB from Luke. We've got Rail Fanning Jonah signing in saying hello. Jonah, how you doing today? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. And saying Team BD. What is going on here? Sorry, I just looked up and realized that my worker is now driving through a field rather than taking the road to. You know what? Here, I'll show it. I set him off to the road to the south of field 37, so it's the dirt road there, and he just decided, oh, I'm just going to cut through 37 to come to this portion of the road. Anyways, oh my goodness, gotta love the AI, gotta love them. Hopefully they're better in 25.
I'll be right back there, man.
All right, cool. Let's see. So Jonah with the Team BDD. Thank you, Jonah. Greatly appreciate it. We got Jody says, I'm so excited for Farming Simulator 25. Jody, absolutely cannot wait. So pumped. So pumped. Can't wait to learn GPS. Yeah, no, GPS and the AI system that they have in place, I am so ridiculously excited for. I cannot tell you just how much that system should help. So I've said this before many times on this channel. I'm happy if the worker gets 80% of the job that I expect them to do done. If they can get 80%, then they've met my expectations. So I'm hoping that with this new system in place, hoping that if everything kind of goes the way that we're anticipating, that I can bump that expectation up to maybe, I don't know, 90, 95%. And if they're able to get that done, then I'm going to be really, really happy. The only things where I'm still kind of hesitant about, kind of quote unquote, is the potential of still things like the big equipment, like sugar beets, like potatoes, where that's going to be an issue for them to kind of make their way around to get things done. But as long as we are able to adjust the number of headlands and whatnot, and I think I saw that you could do up to like 9 total headlands, which should be more than enough. That should be plenty of room for your AI worker to be able to go around, even with the biggest, longest equipment that you can get, and still be able to go back and forth into the main portion of the field and not get tripped up. I mean, how nice is it going to be? Like, PC players, they've had the course play and all that stuff. They've had that stuff for who knows how long. I'm not even sure off the top of my head. And they are able to just kind of set and forget kind of thing. And hey, good on them. I'm not upset with them whatsoever. But for console players like myself, soon not to be console player, it sounds like, again, thank you, Will, I greatly appreciate that. When all that's said and done, us console players being able to run around with a version of course play and all that, I mean, it's huge. That's absolutely going to make a night and day difference with the abilities that we're going to be able to set up. We're going to be able to set up tasks. We're going to actually be able to trust that the worker is going to be able to go round and round and round and do what we expect them to do. Plowing, plowing and cultivating, fertilizing, liming, doing all that stuff. We should be able to just kind of set and forget, and I'm really hopeful that that's the case.
I'm back.
Oh, awesome. Let's see. Jody also says this is going to be the best version of all time for the game. Yes, 100%. I 100%. And with small exceptions, I think that Giants has taken a step forward. Every game that I've been involved with, And feel free, anybody in the chat there, feel free to correct me if you feel that they've ever taken a step backwards. The only time where I feel like there was even a step backwards is the Seasons, the version of Seasons from 19 to 22. Because Seasons had so much stuff kind of built into the cake, such as, you know, the grass and like the mowed grass and hay and all that stuff. It like disappearing after a while because it decays and stuff. Taking care of your animals with it, making hay by itself. You know, using the tedder, you're not going to get hay right away. You're going to get dried grass, and then you got to leave it out in the sun to set and dry. And if rain falls, then it just reverts back to the dry grass kind of thing. Like, all that kind of stuff really made it to where it was really kind of a cool experience. But that's the only way I feel that they kind of stepped backwards from 19 to 22. At least from my perspective. There may be other perspective. Like I said, throw it in the chat if you think that it was a kind of step backwards in any regard from 19 to 22, or from any other year to whatever other year. You know, throw it in there. Let me know, because I'm curious.
I wish that Seasons like from 19 would actually like carry over or improve. I know that well, when they announced ground deformation, I know that was a big deal through a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's basically like track system for 22 here. You know, you can make tracks and whatnot. They eventually disappear and all that stuff. It's essentially the same thing, with the only exception is you're getting that kind of smush that is created from the weight of the tractor. And it makes sense that it would be there. And we kind of had something like that in regards to snow, you know, for us console players, where, you know, kind of smush out and make little tracks into the snow. But this is pretty much everything. You're actually making ground that's going to smush out of the way and create paths and tracks and stuff. I'm curious to see how, or if it actually interacts with the physics of the tractor, if it's going to make it to where the tractor doesn't get as much grip, or if it's going to like do all these kind of different things that it would do in real life. We'll see. Let's see. We've got Jonah says, I wish I could, but I got a trip in November. Jonah, ooh, going anywhere in particular? Or let's see. Jody says, take time off and relax and play FS25. 100%, bud. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Todd says, nope, waiting till 1.2 updates before I download and play. You know what? I remember you mentioning that, and I don't blame you. I know that when FS22 came out, it was kind of a hot mess. It was kind of a hot mess. There was a bunch of stuff that was just bad, really, really bad. Now, I think that a lot of that's probably going to get worked out for the most part before release, because I don't think that Giants is going to want the same kind of results from, year to year, because that's going to start really creating abrasion with the community, and people are going to not have as much goodwill going forward if this is something to expect year in and year out. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that they're going to hopefully get their act together. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Customs. Sorry, go for it.
If you hear like a crinkling noise in the background, any kind of noise, it's just my wife, because she asked me to bring home some squash soup for her, so she's getting into that right now.
Ooh, very nice. Let's see. Custom says, if you remember when I said I had a huge surprise, I have been working on it and it's coming soon, man. I just need a little time. Dude, Custom, take your time, man. I just greatly appreciate, like I said, I greatly appreciate everybody's generosity. It is incredibly humbling and overwhelming. Will, Custom, Jonah, Luke, everybody's generosity here has been just absolutely amazing, and it's...
I haven't done anything.
You haven't done anything. Gee, you're sending me FS22, the deluxe version of it. Or I'm sorry, 25. for PC. You're gifting me a PC. Like, dude, you haven't done anything. Really? Really? Let's see. Custom says, let's just say it will be the biggest donation ever on this channel. Oh, dude. Okay, okay. I mean, Custom, I appreciate it. I mean, just, dude, like that's awesome. That'll be awesome. You know, plain and simple is, like I said, I'm grateful to every single one of you out there. All the kindness and generosity that people have shown to this channel, and to myself personally, I get overwhelmed sometimes thinking about all this stuff that has happened from this channel. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. So again, thank all of you so very much. I greatly appreciate it.
Speaking of supporting you, I am gonna be buying another sweater here pretty soon because Bree keeps stealing mine, and I'm like, I'll just get you another one. Well, because she grabs it, and I'm like, hey. She goes, it's super warm.
see, there you go, fellas. I'm going to speak to you for just a second. If you buy any BDD channel merch, make sure you get a second one for your ladies in your life, because it sounds like it's so comfortable that they're going to just end up claiming it as their own. And for anybody who's married, in a relationship, you know, all that stuff, y'all know that this is a thing. Like, I've got so many shirts and so many of my sweaters and stuff like that used to be mine. I say that they're mine, but I might as well just say that they're my wife's, because she'll just sit there and it's like, oh, hey, there's this shirt. You know, it's now not in my closet anymore. I'm actually finding my clothes in her closet. Like, that's how bad it's getting. And she uses, like, my shirts as, like, night shirts and stuff like that. So the fact that, like, I have all these clothes, I'm like, man, I miss wearing my Navy shirt. I wonder where that ran off to. And sure enough, I'll go, you know, wander over to her closet, open it up, and there it is, just hanging up, you know, proud in one corner, because she hangs all my stuff in her closet towards one side of the closet, so she knows that all she has to do is reach off in that direction, grab something, and just throw it on at night. It's like, okay, glad I got that for me.
I see it. I mean, I personally think it's absolutely hilarious. Only just because, the way that my wife always puts it is my stuff is her stuff and her stuff is her stuff.
my wife has a saying, and it's what's mine is mine, or I'm sorry, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. And you know, she says it kind of be all tongue in cheek and whatnot, but there's sometimes where I'm like, I think you're kind of serious about this.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. We got Todd saying very cool and very nice. He also says, go ahead, you can show it off if you want. I tell you what, man, what I might end up doing, and something just dawned on me. What I might end up doing is taking the video and seeing if I can, I won't be able to do it here tonight, but I will see if I can take the videos that you've sent and try and actually play them on stream. I just got to sit there and play with it and kind of figure out if I can figure it out, kind of thing. If I can't, what I can try and do then is take some screenshots from the video itself and just use the screenshots. I can do screenshots, it's not an issue. But I'd love to be able to show off the video, because I think that that airport that you made, man, is just so cool. It was such a great idea and such a great concept. And what was really funny is Todd was sitting there kind of slow rolling the reveal to me. He's like, hey, you know, I just bought this big old chunk of land here. What do you think I'm going to do with it? It's like, I don't know. I mean, big chunk of land like that, maybe you make, I forget what exactly I said, but it was like, I couldn't have been any farther from what it was actually in reality. Let's see. He also says the airport PCs are from the Lambo mods. Custom says BRB, possibly. All right, Custom. Well, if you are not back, I hope you have yourself a fantastic evening. Again, look forward to seeing what you have in store there. Greatly appreciate it and greatly appreciate you. We got Luke saying back. Luke, welcome back. Rambo Hacker Gaming, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says seasons from 19 to 22 was a large step back, but agree from what I have seen, overall FS25 is the biggest step forward since I have been playing since FS19 came out. 100%. And yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Is it just felt like season was just a step backwards. And I feel like they had such a great roadmap when it came to the seasons from FS19, and that they just didn't bother with it almost. It's like they just wanted to be more of aesthetics rather than all these kind of features that could have been brought into it. And who knows, there might have been, limitations and all that stuff. I don't know. I'm not a programmer, so I have no idea. Jody says, I never did use seasons in FS19. Rambo Hacker Gaming. See, I'm getting better about saying that, by the way. It's becoming less and less of a tongue twister. Did you see FSG video where ground deformation also squished swaths? I didn't notice that. No. I saw a couple of... or no, I didn't see Farm Sim Guy. No. So I've been watching Farmer Cop and DJ Goham. Those are the ones I end up watching. So I'm going to look that one up when I get a chance, because that sounds awesome. If it actually squishes the swath itself too, that's really cool.
If there was one video that I had watched at one point, and when you actually drove over a straw swamp, you could actually kind of squish it down a little bit, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Yeah, that sounds really awesome. So here we are. We got all the contracts completed. Let's go ahead and sell off everything. And what I did as well is, because we're producing all the fertilizer here on the farm, I ended up refilling all of these because I'm going to get paid out for them. And it's the only way I can sell the fertilizer and get a little extra cash. So you can see, 22,000 for the contract, 3,000 for the contract, and 11,000, almost 12,000 for the contract. But reimbursement right down there on the third line, 15,200, 13,600, and 23,700. Oh boy, bam, bam, bam. Look at that. 45,000, 17,000, almost 18,000, and 26, almost $27,000. That is a lot of cash for 3 contracts that didn't require a whole bunch of work. So if you're ever to a point to where you're getting these kind of contracts, I mean, me personally, I don't know how anybody else plays, but whenever there's a contract regarding fertilizers, or regarding seeds, anything where you have to buy product for it. Oftentimes what I end up doing is I buy the cheapest possible product, I refill the seeders, the fertilizer spreaders, all that stuff before completing the contract, and you get that big reimbursement. And one of the best ways to do it, if you're not producing it on your own, is, what is this mod called? Right here, the Farm Supply Pack. 5,000 liter per product for $1,000 each. You can get, for $2,000, fill up your fertilizer spreader and then sell the overage back. You make a killing off the differential. But now we are done with the contract, so let's go ahead and get to seeding.
I'm playing some Call of Duty right now.
What's that?
I'm playing some Call of Duty right now.
Ooh, very nice. I think Jody said earlier he's playing Call of Duty too. So we got some Call of Duty going on at the moment. Do you ever play it online, or do you just play like the like first player, single player kind of thing?
I do play online once in a while. I don't typically stream it anymore, because they actually reached out to me, unfortunately, and I demonetized, or whatever the word is, because there was a whole bunch of kids that were decided to swear up a storm.
Yes.
and I know one of them blew a racist joke,
Oh,
and
jeez.
I took it down, but that's why I don't really play online that much because of that reason. So
Yeah, I mean, it's almost, you almost have to, at that point, just mute everyone who is not yourself. Which I don't know if that's even a possibility that you can do that or not, but yeah, no, it's one of those that unless you've got, like people that you know and that you can trust that aren't going to do like stupid stuff like that, then, uh oh, uh
what's
oh,
up?
I I made a mistake. I didn't get the stones off the field, which I mean,
Well, I actually found something out that I mean, I won't know 100% until the game comes out, but I'm pretty sure that you could turn off ground deformation.
oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's cool at least to be able to, like, if that's something that you're not interested in doing, you can at least go without it.
Yep.
I'm swerving all over the place. I'm gonna go back to the farm. I cannot believe that I forgot that. I'm gonna have to. One, I'm gonna have to get the plow, but I'm also gonna have to get the. Ooh, actually, yeah. Actually, I want to go back to the farm because I want to get some seeds. I want to top this off. Ay, 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 I can't believe I did that. Just batting 1,000 apparently with this field of mine. Let's see. Luke says you got gifted a PC. Yes, so Will T Gaming literally just said not too long ago how he's gonna be giving me his old PC. So again, dude, that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you again so very much. Oh my goodness, I'm bob and weave. I almost went barreling right through that person's right through their living room. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I probably shouldn't drive and read at the same time. I'm notoriously bad at that. But so Will, you actually kind of said something that kind of reminded me of a story. So in our local area, there's a park, and it is my least favorite park. So we take our kids to the park as often as we possibly can. Let them run
Yeah.
around, get some energy out, the whole 9 yards. Well, this one particular park I'm not a fan of, and it's specifically because of the people that go there. And in particular, it's the location. It's not in the best of areas. It's a decent looking park. Like they got all the nice jungle gyms and all that stuff. But it's just one of those, like the people just ruin it. And I've been there probably a total of 3 times. And it's only because, like, oh, hey, my wife and I are going to X, Y, and Z place, and we want to then, let our daughter run around and then go to the place, and it just so happens to be on the way, in each other's path, kind of thing. So we end up
Yeah.
going to there instead of going out of our way to a better one, or at least one that I like better. And 2 out of the 3 times that I've gone to this one, the reason that I don't like it is because for the first 2 times that we went there, like, number one, the place is packed. It is absolutely packed. Every time that we go there, it is just an insane amount of people that are there. Every time. Every
Yeah.
single time. Which, that isn't the problem. But what is the problem is the type of people that go there, because it's not in the greatest of neighborhoods. You get all these kids who want to sit there and impress their buddies, their friends, and they'll sit there and they are just cursing up a storm out in public, and it is the most ridiculous thing that I've probably seen in my lifetime. Is, these kids that have a vocabulary are probably worse than mine, and when I'm not on stream, and especially when I'm not in front of little ears, I can do my fair share. Probably more than my fair share of cursing and whatnot. And I'm doing my best. I'm trying to be better. Having kids, obviously, that's a pretty high priority of mine. And on top of that, having the channel, all these things kind of go hand in hand and they help. But the first time we were there was a group of kids there, and they were just, like I said, just cursing up a storm. It was just every other word out of their mouth was, just a curse. Every other word. And then, and then finally, one of the fathers of another kid that was there just lost it. Just absolutely lost it. Starts yelling at these kids, and it was to the point where it's like, you know what? I don't necessarily think that somebody screaming at kids that are not their own is probably the most beneficial thing for anybody involved, but I'll allow it because it was that ridiculous. I mean, literally every other word was just profanity, and it's like, man, this is absolutely nuts. And then all of a sudden this guy just starts going off and saying, oh, you feel like you're big and bad because you're sitting here talking like this and da 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 da, and you should be ashamed, and this is ridiculous, and just going off on these little kids. And I call them little kids because in retrospect I'm an old man at this point, but I mean, they were probably teenagers. They were probably, I don't know, 12, 13, 14, probably somewhere in that ballpark, but old enough to know better that what they were doing wasn't right, especially out in public, but they were doing it nonetheless. So that was the first time that we were there. The second time we were there, again, busy as all could be, and again, more kids, and it wasn't the same kids, because I remember what these kids looked like, and different kids, and just doing the same exact thing, just cursing up an absolute storm. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. And like I said, 2 out of the 3 times this has happened. And again, parents absolutely lost it. Another father just ended up going off on these kids. It's like, I don't appreciate you doing all this profanity in front of my kids. This is not, you shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. Just tearing into them. And it's just like, again, I'll allow it. I'm not gonna be upset, that this random stranger is yelling at these kids, kind of thing. Because I would be upset if somebody tried to yell and discipline my child, kind of thing. But it's obviously those kids were not there with parents. They were there on their own. They had wandered over because they live in the neighborhood or something like that. But it was just one of those, like, I was mad. I was upset that these kids were just sitting there using all sorts of profanity, and it wasn't even like they were just like let one slip kind of thing. It was like every other word. It was just basically filler at that point. I have a feeling I cannot. So the reason I brought my plow over here is because I have a feeling I cannot pick the stones up after I planted this, and I was right. So let's do this. Extend that out. We are going to replow this field. So thankfully I don't have to yeah, check that out. That works. Oof.
Like, I'm winning right now, but just not as much as
You said you're winning right now?
yeah, but just not as much as I really want to be.
Well, that's the thing is, I mean, at least you're getting the W so far. Oh my goodness. That's the only thing about what I'm trying to do here. You know what? I'm trying to be all cheeky and just do this on one pass. I'm just gonna stop doing that.
Yo, I was super stoked to see Custom Modding's Velmetal feed mixture come out today.
Oh, I know. That thing looks amazing. Not only can you use it as a trailer, but you can use it as like a standalone kind of thing. That looked really
stationary.
Cool. Yeah, stationary. Yeah. That looked really cool. I'm definitely going to be downloading that probably after stream tonight. But
oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it looked fantastic. I was really looking well. So after yesterday, I kind of became a little bit nervous as to what was in store for me for maps and all that stuff. Yesterday was kind of a late night for me. So for those who know me and what I've been doing for the channel and whatnot, know that I'm no stranger to late nights. You know, I've got 2 kids, if I mentioned before. Both of them are under 3 years old, and so I wake up pretty much every day at around 8 o'clock, if I'm lucky. If I'm lucky. So that's probably about the latest I sleep in, is 8, with the 2 kids. Yesterday, because of the 3 maps that released, so 3 map tours and 5 updates, I was up until almost 4 in the morning last night. 4 in the morning. Needless to say, I think I figured out a way how to take Monster energy drinks and just Ghost and all that stuff. I think I figured out how to take it intravenously. I don't know how. I can't explain how I did it, but I think I figured out how. Because I feel like that I've just been absolutely just slapped to a energy drink at all times of the day today. Has been nuts. Thankfully, I've been really busy at work here lately, so that's been, you know, keeping me, you know, striving throughout the day. But wow,
Right.
it's been. I'll put it to you this way: my wife and I, after work today, we decided we needed to go to the store. So as we were doing our running around and whatnot, all of a sudden it just hit me like a ton of bricks. I was so exhausted that it, like, man, I really got to get like some kind of energy in my system at the moment, because it was one of those, like, at the time I was actually kind of regretting having scheduled the stream for tonight. I was like, man, am I gonna be able to, like, stay with it, be with it long enough to be able to actually do the stream and do it to the energy, to the quality that I want to be able to do it in. And it's like, yeah, I think I'll be okay. I think once the stream hits, I'm gonna get that kind of second wind going, and we'll kind of go from there. So thankfully, that's how it's been so far. But I've also got the can of Monster right here, right here next to me, so that's helping too. But yeah, so I was really, really nervous about what was in store in the mods for today, and thankfully, there wasn't any maps, there wasn't anything like that I was having to worry about. But that's when I came across that whole that feed mixer. And I was like, that is actually really cool that you can kind of select. And there was something else that came out similarly to that one. But it's not just an ordinary feed mixer either. I'm trying to find it. I think it's here under animals. Yeah, it's these ones.
And
well,
besides,
sorry, go for it.
I mean, I also think it also helps too for BDD that I always let them know in advance. Hey, there's a couple maps out.
Oh yes, yeah, because otherwise I wouldn't find out until, you know, probably around 1 in the afternoon is typically the earliest I get to be able to check when things are happening in the World of Farming Simulator, because that's around the time I decide it's like, okay, I need to go get some lunch, get some food in my belly. So I'll walk away from my desk and I'll go ahead and kind of check on my phone and do all that stuff. So Will, you know, because of the awesome dude that he is, will sit there and reach out and it's like, hey, you know, 3 new maps just dropped, or hey, you know, you got 3 updates coming out. And yesterday he ended up messaging me and said, oh, hey, there's 5 updates to do. I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, I cringed about that one. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, hey, 3 tours to do as well. You know, 3 new maps dropped. I'm like, oh, I angered somebody, like, karmically the other day, because wow. and the worst part about it too is, like I mentioned, I was up until about 4 in the morning last night, and I was laying in bed, and maybe for about 15 minutes, all of a sudden, that's when my youngest daughter decides, this is when I want my bottle. So I'm getting ready to pass out, fall asleep, and all of a sudden she starts moving around and fussing. I'm like, yep, that's how it's gonna be. That's how it's gonna be. She wants her bottle, and she wants it right now. So because my wife, she sleeps right next to the crib, where my youngest daughter sleeps. We've got, it's called a Halo mattress. And it's basically, think of this little bassinet, but it's built on a swivel that puts the baby right up at mattress level kind of thing, so they can sit there and sleep right next to you without being in the bed with you. Because they say that you're not supposed to sleep with your children because, you know, you could roll over and crush them kind of thing, or suffocate them kind of thing in the middle of the night. So they have this little halo thing, or what they call a halo, but it's just this little bassinet that, you know, kind of sits up right next to the bed. And because anytime my daughter makes a noise, my wife, because she's got that, you know, hypersonic hearing, especially when she's sleeping, I don't know, to this day, I have no idea how she does it, because I'm pretty sure that somebody could try and break into the house, and unless the dogs were to start barking, I probably would just be laying there letting them rob the place, you know, just running around doing whatever they were doing. Like, I'm convinced that, you know, I say, like, to Jonah, like, how do you sleep being right there next to a train line, you know, kind of thing, the railroad tracks? Like, how do you sleep? How is that? And it's one of those, like, I'd probably be able to do it. I'd probably be able to just be like, sleep right through it and wouldn't even bat an eye, kind of thing. But yep. But no, like I said, she ended up, you know, waking up immediately when my daughter starts fussing. So I'm like, you know what? I'm still awake. I haven't fallen asleep. I'll go ahead and wake up with her and go, you know, hang out with her. So we were, you know, got to bed at about 4, but I didn't get back to actually sleeping until about 4:30-ish. You know, thankfully, both of my kids are really good about not staying awake too long. And let me make sure I knock on some wood right now before I jinx myself. But they do very well with their sleeping and all that stuff. And, you know, my youngest daughter, she'll wake up, fuss for a second, we'll give her a bottle, and then burp her, put her back down, and she's out again, like nothing happened, kind of thing. She wants to be fed, held, done, good. And like I said, very, very lucky about that one. Let's see. Sorry, give me 1 second, because I just realized that the messages have been scrolling without me wanting them to, so I got to find where the messages left off. I think I found them. There we go. Yep, I found them. So, Will, we're rapidly approaching FS25. We've been talking about that. When it comes time for FS25, what kind of farming are you planning on doing when you first get it? Are you wanting to do, you know, kind of a hybrid of all the different things you can do between the forestry, the arables, husbandries, you know, or are you wanting to kind of more focus on one thing over the others? Oh, Will, you still there?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, I was asking, so we've been discussing how FS25 comes out here soon. And
Yeah.
Is there a type of farming that you are really looking to set your sights on when you first get FS25? Are you looking to do kind of a hybrid where you're kind of doing a little bit of everything, a little bit of forestry, a little bit of arables, a little bit of husbandries? Or are you more trying to focus on one of those things rather than all of them?
I would definitely say probably still with dairy, but I'm kind of intrigued for definitely doing like peas, green beans, and spinach.
Okay. Now, what I'm really curious about, because we're getting all the new animals, because we're getting the kind of new system for not for feeding, but for the animals themselves, baby animals and the lot. What I'm really curious about is the method of feeding going to change at all? Are they going to accept new products for inputs? Are they going to do something similar to how on Valley Springs, where baby animals was kind of first introduced? Are they going to make it to where the baby cows require milk of some kind in order to allow them to feed and to grow, kind of thing? Are they going to do something along those lines? I'm very curious as to how they're going to set up going into the future for the animals. That's partly what I'm curious about.
Me too. Only just because they didn't really get into depth with it. So.
Well, exactly. And what I'm really curious about is, because there's that possibility of the different feeding mechanics that are involved, there may be a need to do some of the other types of farming in order to feed your animals properly. I don't know if this is an actual thing or not, but who knows? You might need to do spinach harvesting in order to, get your water buffaloes up and running, kind of thing. Who knows? It's part of the mix to make TMR or something. I don't know. But it's just one of those, I'm curious as to see, one, are they going to integrate those kind of things? And I think what it ultimately is going to boil down for me is seeing how the maps are kind of set up. I very much plan on having a map dedicated for the Let's Play series and having a map dedicated for the live streams. Kind of doing what I'm doing now, having the dual capacities kind of thing. But what I'm really curious about is, based on the maps and how they're kind of set up, are there going to be things that the maps are going to be better suited towards? For example, you're not going to go on to Silver Run Forest and immediately start farming. You're not going
Right.
to, you're going to go on there and you're going to do forestry. You're going to sit there and build and build and build, cut and cut and cut kind of thing. Are the maps going to be more driven towards one thing or another? So another example, for FS22, one of the first maps that we got was Elm Creek, was Haut-Belleron, and Erlengrot. Those were the three maps that we originally got when we got FS22. Erlengrot is, for the most part, really grass heavy. It's very, very grass heavy. So it's one of those, you would play that map to kind of lean into the strength of the grass that you're going to be able to get off of that map. So that basically, I'm saying this as a long roundabout way of saying, if there's some kind of I don't think predilection is the proper word, but if there's some kind of thing where the maps themselves are kind of driving you towards one thing versus another, then I might lean into those things, depending on what those things are. My guess is that the American map and the Riverbend Springs and the Asian map are kind of going to be kind of eclectic. You're going to be able to do pretty much everything on them. But we already know how Zelonka is. We know that Zelonka is a map where it's kind of built for all phases. So there's nothing really driving you towards one thing or another. Not like an Erlengrot, not like a Silver Run Forest. So we know that. But are the other two that they're going to give us access to, are those in any way, shape, or form going to drive you towards one thing or another? For all we know, the Asian map might drive you towards rice. There might be an overabundance of rice fields kind of thing on it. I don't know. That's the one map where I really haven't been paying a lot of attention to. I've been paying more attention to the Riverbed Springs because that's the one I'm excited for. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that all kind of plays out. So that's kind of the approach that I'm taking at this point in time. Let's see. Oh,
I can
go
tell
for it.
you, I'm extremely intrigued because I think that Asian map looked pretty good though. Yeah.
Oh, so the part of the videos that I've seen, I think I saw it from Giants. No, it might have been Farmer Comp. Anyways, really doesn't matter who it was from. Um, oops. There was like a market stall, like a whole marketplace inside the town, the city area there, where you could like walk into it and see all the kind of hustle and bustle of the shops themselves, and it's like that's really cool. Like the level of detail that you can go in and see and do and all that stuff is really kind of next level, and that's also what I'm really looking forward to. Is, as many of us know here on this channel, what really gets me excited about maps and what really gets me excited about mods and all that stuff, details, details, details. It's all
Right.
in the details. So being able to see all these, maps and the videos that are coming out for them and seeing how they're really heavily detail oriented is really exciting, and it's really something I'm looking forward to when I can actually get my hands on it.
Oh yeah.
Perfect example is I did a couple of tours the other day. Unfortunately, I didn't get to release them until early this morning.
Right. Yeah, I saw that.
But what I saw on those maps, there was one in particular, and I cannot remember the name of it off the top of my head. But it was oh goodness. It was an island. It was a map on the island, and it was the topography and the landscape was beautiful. But what drove me up a wall with that map in particular is the production area. They had a production area where it was just all these different productions all in this one kind of built-in lot. And you couldn't buy that area in which they were all situated on. And because they're all just kind of plunked down, I always refer to it as the plunking. You sit there and you just put something there just to put it there, and you have no decorations, you have no parking spaces, no flowers, no nothing, where it's just bleh, it's just boring kind of thing. And that's what I got on that one, is that the landscape was amazing. It was going to have to be touched up, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of things, that were kind of in question in my mind. But it was like big time mountainsides and hills, and like it was all just really cool, like conceptually. But it was a map that I probably would not play on, even though I really did enjoy the look of it. It's not one I could sit there and or play on, because of the one place in the map that you're going to be spending the most amount of time on is the most uninteresting area to be at. So it's just one of those where it was a big disappointment. I think I gave it like a 3 out of 5. It was right there kind of in the middle, because I had some things I loved about it. There was some things I hated about it. And strike that, reel it back in. Hate's too strong of a word. Some things I was disappointed in, and it was specifically those things I mentioned, where like the production area was just not built up nice enough, in my opinion. Now there was another map, I think it was by FS Landscaping, I think, where you actually yeah, it just came out yesterday that I did the tour for. And that one had kind of the opposite problem, where the details were through the roof. There was tons of equipment, tons of parked cars, tons of flowers, tons of like all these decorative icons or decorative things that were available for the production areas. Even though a lot of them were the base game productions, I don't mind them using the base game productions if they build up the area to make it look unique. Like this map is a perfect example. You've got the production areas where the productions are the base production points, you know, the sugar mill and the tailor shop and all this stuff. But because they sit there and actually put in like all the details, all the decorations, all this stuff that kind of fills in the immediate production area, it makes it feel alive, and it makes it feel like it's not just the basic base model kind of thing. So when I saw that on FS Landscaping's map, they ended up having it to where there's like dozens upon dozens of cars in each of the parking lots, and there was the dairy. Where I really noticed this was the dairy, where they actually had the trigger for the unload for milk and stuff was right in front of a trailer that was like a decorative trailer kind of thing. It was just kind of sitting there, kind of meant to be decoration. And it's like, man, it's like that really must limit the trigger in order to unload into this production point. And then I got to thinking, it's like, man, if you had one of the swivel axle liquid trailers for milk or something like that, you're going to have a really difficult time trying to unload into that production point because of just how much stuff is in the way.
Right.
So although I loved the details, I absolutely loved it. It was like, that was the first map where I can actually, I think I can say it might have been too much going on. Too much in the production areas, too much going on around the map. And I don't think I've ever said that before. So I don't know if anybody has seen those maps, has seen the tours or anything like that. Let me know what you all think, because again, I almost felt like it was almost a bit too much, where it was just so much stuff going on in the parking lots, in the production areas, that it would make it difficult to be able to actually run deliveries, to actually do things in those general areas.
I haven't seen them yet, so.
Well, let me know what you think when you do get a chance to see them, because, again, curious. I love to know other people's opinions, but like I said, it's just one of those where I'm still, how do I want to say this? I'm still loving the fact that all the details and stuff were there, but it's going to add an additional challenge. And I think that's what it all boils down to, is it's going to add an additional challenge because of having to work your way around all the stuff that's there. And it's not impossible. It's not the end of the world kind of thing. And I think I even gave it a very high score. I think I gave it a 4.5, somewhere in that ballpark. So yeah, I obviously liked it. I liked the map, but just something I noticed.
Yo, speaking of FS25, I actually know exactly. I know custom modding's very first 2 mods are going to be for this one.
Oh yeah, which ones?
The Case IH Early Riser Planner series, and they're going to include their one, which is like the big boy, that they're trying to release separately as one big pack, and the honeybee headers.
Oh, nice. Yeah, both of those will be really good mods. And from what I understand, part of the reason why I don't have either one of those mods installed onto my console is because they are huge in the ways of space. The amount of megabytes it takes for what you're getting. And don't get me wrong, the details are there, and the megabyte size is worth it because they're amazing mods. The Early Riser series by Custom Modding is fantastic, and the what was I going to say? And the Early Riser and the what was the other one that you said?
Honeybee.
Honeybee. Thank you. Yeah, both of them are really up there in the ways of megabyte space taken up for storage. But I don't know, maybe I'm weird in this regard, but because you only have so much space in regards to storage for consoles, I have a specific threshold that I will use, and it takes a very special mod in order to break that kind of minimal limits that I have set up for specific mods. So, like a header for a harvester cannot take up more than like 5 megabytes worth of space. Like I'm just kind of spitballing here. I'm not saying that's exactly what I use, but there's a certain threshold that I have for every single mod. So like a tractor, just small, medium, large, doesn't matter. I will not install a tractor unless it is less than 20 megs to download. Now, I love the models that are bigger than that because oftentimes it means they have more options, they have more things that you can do with them, but because storage is a premium, I can't afford it. I can't afford just to slap in a whole bunch of high space mods for whatever for any reason. Now, from what I understand, FS25 is making it to where the space, the size of them should be a lot lower, from what I understand. So here's hoping. That would be amazing. Get the bigger space like what we got here on FS22, and have the models take up less storage, less slots, and all that stuff. And you know what? According to Will T Gaming, all this stuff is going to be a thing of the past for me here soon. So hey, that's going to be a worry of the past. Oh my dude! Like I said, I know I thanked you several times already. I'm going to thank you once again because that's nuts. That's awesome, dude. Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
So let's see. We are just rocking and rolling here. Let's see. While I'm going at this speed, I need to catch up with the chats here. So Todd said, nothing sexier than your significant wearing your shirt and sweater. 100%. 100%. Can't argue with that. Cannot argue with it whatsoever. that is certainly the benefits of relinquishing your wardrobe to them. Is that no matter what it is, they wear it better than you.
Right.
Let's see. Todd says, if you can't, let me know, and I will screenshot. Oh yeah, there you go, Todd. Yeah, if you can, well, you know what? Here, I tell you what. Give me some time. I'm not going to be able to do it here on stream, obviously, but give me some time. Maybe for the next stream, I will sit there and try and play around with it and see if I can actually get it to actually play for the stream. I'm sure there's got to be a way to do it. I just need to figure it out. I have not tried up until this point to try and play videos for the streams. So it's one of those. I'm certain there's got to be a way to do it. I don't know how to do it. But I am one of those kind of people that when a challenge has been put forth in front of me, that I try and get it done. So that is my challenge, is to try and figure out how to get videos going into the future. So we'll get there. We will get there. Let's see. Luke says BRB. All right, Luke. Time for dinner. All right, Luke. Well, we'll see you when you get back. Hope you enjoy your dinner. We got Jody says, I never care for these seasons in Farming Simulator 19. That much is really too difficult for me. And that's the thing is, like I said, I used to love it. I used to absolutely love it, but it adds a huge amount of additional stuff to the game that can be very overwhelming to people. That was one of the biggest things I remember hearing way back in the day, is like when that first came out, it's like, wow, how does this work? How does this work? And so, oh, this is too much. I'm not going to bother. And I get it. I 100% get it. It was tough. Like sitting there trying to figure out everything on my end was a nightmare. So, like I said, I don't blame anybody whatsoever. And that's, again, great thing about this game is you can do whatever you want. You know, everybody can play the way that they love to play, and it sounds like Giants is really taking that to the next level with FS25. Being able to turn off ground deformation, being able to turn off seasons, being able to turn off everything. I mean, pretty much everything is something that can be, you know, toggled on and off. So that's amazing. That's absolutely fantastic.
Oh yeah.
And I am shocked because for the most part we're getting small stones off of this, and we are at 4,500 liters of stone, almost 46. Now we just crossed 46. But let's see. I need to go and help my wife out for just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and finish this little peninsula out here, get this all done, and then I'm going to set the worker off. I will go ahead and put us on the be right back screen, and then as soon as I'm done helping out, I will be right back. So let's get the worker over here. There we go. And just set them off in this direction. It'll take them not too long. Oh, no. Let's not do that. I don't know if you saw that or not, but the worker was trying to plow and trying to pick up stones at the same time. Oh, this just dawned on me. Oh no, nope, never mind. All right, it just dawned on me. I'm stone picking, so they're not gonna, you know, follow any particular path that I hope they're gonna want them to follow anyways. Because what do we call the AI in this game? Actual idiots. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the BRB screen. I will be right back. All right, and we are back. Need to, there we go. Make sure I set up everything just so. Looks good. Everybody's back in frame. Love it. Now, Will, are you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Awesome. So let's
Yo,
see.
I was actually thinking about it while you were away. But like, what did you think about like the buildable farmhouses and built barns?
Oh man, that looks amazing. Like so a couple of things in regards to that. I'm really looking forward to the buildable kind of stuff, but what I'm looking forward to even more now is the whole like kind of, I don't know if it's the proper way to describe it, but the kind of modularity of the sheds and stuff like that. So like you're going to be able to store your equipment inside these sheds, and specifically like hand tools are going to be stored within the sheds. So like chainsaws are going to be no longer a item that is going to forever follow you around, but rather is going to be an item that is pick upable, usable, and then set downable. Like all these different kind of features. Like it's basically going to be like a well, I mean, a good example would be the power washer, to where how you walk up to a power washer, you engage with it, and then you use it, and then you put it back down. That's
Yep.
essentially what the chainsaws and other bits of equipment are going to be, like the spray paints, like the what else was there that they said, and that you're going to be able to have those small sheds, or those sheds, and they're going to have specific storage slots for your chainsaws, for your other bits and pieces of equipment that you have kind of built up around the farm. I thought that's absolutely brilliant. Now I'm going to be curious as to how the chainsaws and all that stuff's going to kind of interact in the world of Farming Simulator. And what I mean by that is, like most people, we just, if we're doing forestry, we click the button to pop out your chainsaw, you cut the tree down, me personally, I'll sit there and unselect the chainsaw and then reselect it using the D-pad, and then that way it's oriented straight up and down again, and then I can sit there and cut it into lengths or do whatever I need to do at that point. But the problem arises is now you have an object that you can pick up, put down, and kind of fully interact with, and is a part of the kind of base set of equipment that is interactable. Is that dynamic going to then change to where you're not going to have a true up and down unless you disengage with the chainsaw and re-engage with it? I mean, it's essentially what you would be doing now, except maybe a different button combination or something. I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious to
Plus,
see.
you can store.
Go ahead.
Plus, they even stated that you can store like the chainsaws like in some forestry equipment.
Yes, so you'll be able to kind of like pack it away inside of. I think what they showed was the. I forget what the heck that kind of equipment's called, but it's essentially one of these. It's one of these kind of equipments to where it basically has a storage hold for your chainsaw, and you just kind of just slide it in. And I just realized that my face is on screen, not the game itself. It's one of these, like the Kessla here, to where it's got this little storage rack where you just slide the chainsaw into the machine and you're good to go. But I need to get this equipment back to the farm. I need to unload it, store it away, and then I need to catch up with chats. After I catch up with the chats, I need to then give a shout out to all the channel members and all that stuff. So we've got a few things that we got on the to-do list. So what about you, Will? Are you really looking forward to like the kind of the buildable shops and the buildable sheds, as well as the kind of new interactability with some of the hand tools?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
I mean, because it gives it more of like a real to it.
Yeah, so that kind of sense of realism, because it's something you actually have to interact with rather than just being able to carry it around all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm thinking too, is the fact that we get well, I mean the fact that you can even potentially like leave it behind. Like you just, oh, I forgot to bring it, and it's still back at the farm. Just those kind of silly little things that can happen as a result of this new mechanic. I think that's going to be fantastic.
Right.
And it kind of leans back into what I was saying before about things like the tornadoes, the hail, and stuff like that. Is they really seem to have leaned into very heavily into the ability of us as farmers, as players, to be able to screw up, to be able to have not a to not be perfect, to be human. And that's
Right.
what they're kind of introducing, is that kind of human element into the game. And I'm all on board on it. I am absolutely here for it, because like I said, there's always going to be situations for any real farmer out there who's going to be like, oh yeah, I planted X, Y, and Z crop, and then all of a sudden a tornado came ripping through and took 3/4 of my crop,
Yeah.
or whatever. I mean, there's all these different kind of scenarios. You can have a drought, you can have too much rain, you can have uh, locusts. I mean, bugs, whatever. I mean, you can have all these different factors that can really kind of play into having a good season. And it's not all sunshine and rainbows. And unless you do something like what I did earlier, which I didn't pay attention to the crop planting season, which is why I had to skip all the way forward into March. I mean, unless you do something like that, you're not going to lose out on any of your crop. You're going to get your crop. You're just not going to be able to. You're going to get your crop, and as long as you follow the procedures, and as long as you do the lime fertilizer and all that stuff, you're going to get to the full yield. You're going to get to the maximum
Right.
output. So it's really kind of a you are the end factor. But now there's something in the game that can take that and really take it out of your control, and you can be powerless to stop it, kind of thing. So and just like a real farmer would. I mean, just like just somebody who's out there planting their crops, and all of a sudden half their crop's gone, three-quarters of their
Right.
crop, their whole crop could be gone. That's also part
See
of the
what?
reason why I really enjoyed the Seasons mod from FS19, is that was an element that they added to the game. Or no, wait, am I thinking of? No, I think I'm mistaking it for precision farming, because precision farming added the kind of incremental withering of fields. Like you could have like a section of field that didn't take properly, it didn't plant properly. So, and because of that, you get like the withered section of the crop, kind of thing. Let's see. So we're gonna go ahead and pull up over here. We're going to go ahead and turn on the camera. We're going to catch up with the chat. After catching up with the chat, we're then going to go ahead and do the shout outs to the channel members. And yeah, we got a procedure going here, folks. Am I going the right way? No. No, not going the right way. You've only come over here a couple dozen times. Let's ay ay ay.
Oh,
And
I mean.
what's that?
Oh no, no! I was just saying, all behind me there was someone. I mean.
Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. So yeah, we're gonna pull up here to the field. We're gonna switch over to the face cam and go from there. Let's turn. And then it's now this way. All right, we are back. Stop right here. Perfect. All right. Let's switch over to this. There we go. So I think I left off with Reaver Time. Todd says, if you can't, let me know and I will screenshot. Perfect. I appreciate it. No, I left off further than that. Jody says, let's see. I feel like a lot of people out there, once you play it realistic, so you should play it the way you feel comfortable. That's it. That's it exactly. And this game is specifically catered to being able to play like that. That's part of the reason why I love this game so much is, if I'm not feeling playing realistic, I can fast farm. And I can sit there and just scream up and down the fields at, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour, get the thing done and just be done with it. I don't have to bother with it. But if I want to take that slow, methodical, just really kind of really hype up the realism, well, then I'm able to do that too. And that's what's great about this game. Let's see. Rambo says, totally agree with that, Jody. My thought is add the features, but give the people the option to toggle things off that they don't want to use. And that's it. And Giants is doing that. And that's the greatest thing that Giants had ever thought to do, is to make things to where it's a toggle. Here's the thing, is I genuinely believe this. I really think that if Giants didn't add a lot of these things as toggles, like being able to buy product from the AI worker, to be able to turn off stone picking, to be able to turn off all these various different features, I don't think as many people would really play this game as people who do play it currently. And the reason I say that is that, if you're not able to kind of play to your own style and your own strengths, and you're kind of hemmed into this little box, well, then you're really at a point to where you're just going to get bored and sick with the mechanics. And especially if it's a mechanic that's really abrasive to how you want to do things. There's tons of games out there, and I'm sure every single one of us can think of one off the top of our head. It's I love the concept of this game, but I don't play it because of X, Y, and Z reasons, and it's because of this mechanic, that mechanic. I'm sure there's tons of us, and I'm certain that same game, if you are able to just flip a switch and be able to turn that mechanic off, then I'm sure a lot of us would be like, oh yeah, I would have not only been able to play that game, I would have gone really deep into it, I would have probably even beaten it, but I just kind of left it where I was at because I just couldn't get past it. So perfect example for me was the old Resident Evil games. The old Resident Evils, I'm talking 1, 2, 3, really early on in the series, to where the mechanic that drove me the most up the wall was when you are walking around and all of a sudden an enemy just kind of pops up from out of nowhere. Then you're having to sit there and shoot at them. Well, you're frozen in place. And in the original games, that was the mechanic, is that if you had your weapon out, you were stuck where you're at. So you're hoping that you're able to take out the threat before the threat gets to you. And there are plenty of threats where if you are undersuited for the job, you're having to do more running around than you are firing downrange. So that was the mechanic that drove me up a wall. And if I had an ability to flip the switch to be able to then sit there and be like, okay, I can stay stationary or I can move around and aim at the target and do all this stuff, then you better believe I would have made it far deeper into that series. Because I played the first one and beat it. I played the second one and beat it. I think I played most of the third. And then it's just okay, I'm done with this. I'm tired of being frustrated every 2 minutes because, this game is all about pop-outs and scares and all this stuff. And just something just popped out of nowhere. And now I'm stuck and I'm in these narrow hallways or I'm in these really narrow alleyways and stuff like that. Yeah, you have no room to run around and do anything with. And now all of a sudden you're basically overwhelmed and swarmed by, creatures that are right on top of you, and you don't have any means to defend yourself. It just drove me up an absolute wall. Let's see. Todd says BRB. All right, Todd. Rambo says no texting and driving. LOL. Oh, yeah, no. So I can't read and drive at the same time, let alone text and drive at the same time. Bad things happen. And back
What
when
did
I
you think
was,
of the fact sheets?
what's that?
What did you think of the fact sheets?
So I wasn't that impressed with this particular fact sheet. I mean, they're nice. Don't get me wrong. The one three-wheeled car, that kind of seemed interesting, but really outside of that, it's like, okay, these are all kind of things I expected to see,
Right.
but there was nothing really kind of revolutionary to me. Rambo says, the kids' language is the reason I stopped playing Call of Duty a few years ago. Ever since the single-player campaign no longer has a good story. I'm really hoping, because I've been hearing a lot of hype around the new Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And it sounds like it might have a really good single-player mechanic to it. I don't know. I might be reading too much into it. I might be kind of projecting hope into it, kind of thing. But based on the videos I've seen, and be all fair, I'll be 100% honest, the only things I've ever actually seen are from commercials. So it's just like the little snippet that plays on YouTube before I like skip. Start smashing that skip button. Because I'm too cheap to pay for Google Red or whatever it's called, the little subscription thing. Let's see. Ken says, at the moment feeling like the oldest man in this chat, LOL. I tell you what, Ken, just how do I say this? Just glad that that everything worked out, that you're hanging out with us here today, and yeah, just hoping everything continues to go smooth for you, and that we get to hear back from you here very, very soon. So you hang in there, bud. Let's see. Rambo says, as old as I am, I think I'm staying up to 4. Staying up to 4 would probably be the death of me. That said, I'm going to be streaming FS25 as soon as it launches. Well, Rambo, I am not aware of your age, but yeah, I'm 40 years old, and like I said, I've got 2 kids, and both of them are under 3 years old, and I've been working from a deficit for 3 years now. Actually, probably longer than that now, because you figure the channel started about little over 2 years ago. It was 2 years in September. So I've been grinding real hard trying to make it happen with the channel. Had my oldest daughter, and even before that, the wife being pregnant and all that stuff, all the stuff that happens, from her end. So helping her out every step that I possibly could. I mean, I've been working at a deficit for years now, and at this point, it is what it is. I just run with it. Let's see. Luke says back, and then we got Todd says I have returned. So we got everybody back in the house. That's awesome. We got Rambo says, one thing I saw is that you can now finally feed just silage to cows. Oh, yeah. Really? That's nice. Yep. So I wonder if they're going to make it to where if you just feed silage, it's going to be like a X percentage of your of your productivity. Like right now, if you feed silage to the cows, it's like 80% of their total productivity. If you feed them hay, it's 60%, grass is 40%, so on and so forth. And the goal is to get them up to the magical 100% with TMR and stuff. So I wonder if that's how they're going to do it, if they're making any kind of changes to that system. Who knows? I'm curious as to how they're going to do that. Let's see. Rambo also says the America and Asian maps seem very balanced between farming and lumber, especially if you consider the productions on the project on the map will lean heavily on lumber. That's actually a really good point. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, that would make sense because you're going to be building a lot of stuff. You're going to be building a lot of the sheds and the shacks and stuff like that. So yeah, it makes sense that you're going to have to do a lot of lumber work as well. Rambo also says they both have the big project like the roller coaster on Silver Run, so they are pushing lumber a little, but they also are loaded with farmlands and animals. So yeah, that makes total sense. Whoops, and everything just skipped ahead. Let's see. There we go. Todd says, "Did I miss you? Share my custom farmers market and surrounding on stream." No, no, not yet. Um, let's see. Rambo says, Agros, the map you're talking about, I poked around and felt the same way. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was a gorgeous map. The terrain on it was absolutely amazing, but the production areas, the sell points, and all that stuff was boring. It was very blah, and you can't buy it, you can't do anything with it. So, I mean, the areas where you're going to spend most of the time is going to be the hardest part to kind of get over. Ken says, I'm sorry, I'm glad at the same time being able to join the stream. Like I said, bud, I'm glad you're able to join the stream too. Really, really glad and thankful that you're here. Hang in there, bud. We'll get you there here real soon. Luke then says, we should all have the three numbers, we should all have all of the three numbers on one live stream. Are you saying, Luke, are you saying that we should have all the tier 3s on one stream? Is that what you're saying? If that's the case, then yeah, that's definitely something that's going to be in the works here before too much longer. Rambo says, the Honeybee in FS25 looks better. They greatly improved the header trailer. Nice. That's awesome. Rambo says,
Yeah, they did be fun.
Are you on PC or console for Carpathian Countryside? Right now, I am purely on console. That's 100% what I'm on. Sounds like in the future that's going to change. Again, thanks to Will T Gaming. Luke says console. Luke also says Xbox, if I recall. You are 100% right there, Luke. Rambo says, darn, was going to say PC. There is a hidden production, a butcher shop you can add. Really? I tell you what, that's the one thing I'm incredibly disappointed with when it comes to Farming Simulator 22. Was I feel like a butcher would be one of the most natural production points that should be involved with any kind of farm that we have here on Farming Simulator. Now, I kind of understand that maybe there's some, not legalities, but some kind of moral or maybe even ethical issues when it comes to giants wanting to promote a butcher's shop in their game and you having to call your animals and stuff like that. I could kind of see the argument to be like, no, we don't want to necessarily put that in our game kind of thing. I don't agree with it, but I can see where that argument could at least be coming into effect. I don't know. Let's see. Rambo also says, feeling overwhelmed is how I feel when trying out Terra Life Plus, since it is no documentation. So that has to be a PC mod I'm just not aware of because I've never heard of Terra Life Plus. Let's see. We've got Custom says, I'm going to head out. I'm getting tired, so by the time you're reading this, I'll be asleep. Have a good night, everyone. Custom, thanks for stopping by tonight. I hope you have yourself an amazing night. See you again next time, bud. And again, looking forward to what you have cooking up in the background. Again, greatly appreciate you, doing that, following up with it, doing whatever it is that you're doing. Again, greatly appreciate it there, bud. So you take care. Have yourself a great night. Luke says, are you going to get more chainsaws like 1 to 4? So in 25, it looked like you're going to have several slots and several storage units capable for chainsaws, at least based on the images that I saw. And Will, let me know if you know anything for certain about this. It looked like they had a bench inside of a shed, and inside the bench there was at least 3 slots for chainsaws. They also showed a workbench that had spray paint, and there were several cans of spray paint. So my guess, my hypothetical, is that you're going to be able to purchase multiple chainsaws and multiple paint cans or spray paints and stuff like that, multiple colors, all that kind of stuff, and you're going to be able to go around, grab one, interact with it, put it back, grab another one, interact with it, put it back, and kind of go about it in that regard. So that's what I think they're going to be doing. Rambo says, not sure if it was seasons or precision in FS19, but you also had moisture worry about and getting best yield. Hoping that irrigation is one of the unannounced features that have yet to be announced. Now, irrigation would be a really cool addition. Trying to figure out how to best keep your crops within a certain moisture level. That'd be pretty sweet. Todd says, if they had a butcher shop, they would lose their... Yes, and that's it. And that's why I think it's on PCs, because pretty much it's the Wild West on PCs, and not on consoles. Because I think you're absolutely right, is that element would just kind of throw the rating system out the window. Rambo says, Giants has told several modders that they can't do butcher shops because of the... Oh, well then, there you go. That that makes sense. I mean, like I said, I figured that there was some kind of, rationale, reasoning behind things. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish that, well, I say that as an adult who wants to play adult games, but as a parent, I understand the reverse side of that coin. So... Giants is striking the balance. I'm sure they're doing the best that they can. Rambo says the chainsaws in FS25 can be shared with other players and doing multiplayer. So yes, that is something else that they announced too, is that you're basically going to be able to buy one set of equipment, like one chainsaw, and it's going to be able to be used in multiple plots, multiple people's hands across the map in a multiplayer setting. So that's absolutely fantastic. Can't wait for FS25. Bradford, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello, BDD and chat. Let's see.
I can't wait.
What is that?
I said I can't wait either.
Oh man, I'm just getting so excited, so pumped. All right, so now we're to the point in the stream where, now that I'm caught up with the chat, I can go ahead and say all the shout outs for the channel members. So let's go ahead and show that off, starting with, actually, hold on, I need to bring it up on the other screen because madmen like Jonah decided to go out and give me 50 memberships, and now I need to read off of a list rather than the cards that I made. So let's bring up said list right here, and there we go. So we're going to start out with our Tier 3 channel members, starting out with Rail Fanning Jonah, the man, the myth, the legend, Will T Gaming, also known as the FS Encyclopedia, Pipe and Paul, Ken Adlam, Luke, Bernie King, and Philippa Thompson. Thank all of you so much for being Tier 3 channel members. We also have our Tier 2 channel members. Let me go ahead and sort that list out. And we've got, starting with Mark K, Tad Wernberg, Jason M, Digital Frost, Sofa Bowden, we got Shaggy Sand Gaming, we got Jonathan Smith, That's Me 210, Bimmy, Brady Rimmer Productions, we got Your Worst Nightmare, Quantum, Skellington, Calypso, MJW, Iceman 18, K-Man 1980, whoops, and for some reason it just jumped on me again. We got K-Man 1980, Mason, Romeo, Good Old Boy Gamer, Michael Grossi, Wesley Sneed, Brian Letwinick, Johnny H., Toma Zero. We got Martin Onsholm, I think is how that's pronounced. Lafinator, Frank Jones. Oh, Lafinator 23, I should say. Frank Jones, Bear, JB78, Sevdu Me, Frank Berger, Sherry Downs, Kirk Winbank, Joshu Deloa. I apologize for butchering your name. Kim Leese, Cool Sam 19, Hyper 138. I think that's Ugur Sahin. Again, sorry if I butchered your name. Smoke and Coin, Farmer Willie B, Joel G, Dave Margry, Albert's Model Garage, Cardurco, CS Benji 2020, JM, Nicola Reed, Wrench Monkey, Demon Lord, Tim Paquette, and Tuck Vortex. Thank all of you for being Tier 2 channel members. And if you are interested in becoming a channel member, go ahead and check in the link description below or on the join button, also listed below, or on the main channel page. There you can gain access to things such as access to custom badges, custom emojis, early access to edited content such as the Let's Play series, as well as channel shorts. All that for Tier 1 members starts at 99 cents a month. If you're interested in becoming a Tier 2 member, you get everything I just mentioned before, plus you get a shout out every single live stream like you just heard here right now. That starts at $4.99 a month. And then there's Tier 3. If you're interested in Tier 3, you get everything I mentioned beforehand, plus you get a custom discount code that is for your user only. Plus, you get the ability to do exactly what Will T here is doing here tonight, the FS Encyclopedia, being able to come out and join me here on the live stream. So, Will, thank you very much for being a Tier 3 channel member and joining me here tonight. Let's see. We also have... and that starts at $9.99 a month. So again, if you're interested, greatly appreciate every single one of my channel members. I also want to give a huge shout out to all the subscribers here at the channel. The channel has been doing absolutely fantastic. We are now up to over 2,200 subscribers. Absolutely fantastic. The channel is continuing to grow and grow and grow, and I couldn't be happier. So thank all of you, every one of you, so very much. Let's see. On top of that, let's go ahead and give a shout out to the P.O. Box. For anybody who's interested in sending anything to the channel, please send it to P.O. Box 6136, Hudson, Florida 34674. There, the only thing I ask in regards to this is if you're going to send me something, please include your YouTube handle so I know exactly who to give the shout outs to and to thanks to, because I would hate for somebody to be kind enough to send me something and not being able to give them the proper shout outs and accolades that they deserve at that point. So again, thank you all so very much. Now, at this point, I need to go ahead and actually do something just really quickly in the background. So let's go ahead. Let's see. That's not what I meant to do. Let's see. Nope. Where is it? Need to show some screenshots. So we've got one from Luke Bernie King. Luke, thank you so much for sending this in. Looks very nice. Looks like we've got a big old John Deere 9RX, if I'm not mistaken, with the Hallmaster auger wagon. That thing is an absolute beast of a unit right there. Let's see. Now, one thing I meant to do and for some reason didn't. Let's see. So we'll save that. Let's see. Sorry, I know I'm slowing things down, but
I do have something to say though.
Yep, go for it.
If you want to know, which I know back to Smith if he wants to, but if you want to see how a good American farm is built, just make sure you check out my channel.
Yes, absolutely. Go check out Will's channel, just full sentence stop. He's got some really good stuff going on over there. And yeah, Will makes some amazing farms. So if you're at all interested in learning, interested in just seeing a really good example, go check it out because wow, he I always say this, he's got that eye. He's got that artistic eye to be able to denote and distinguish between the both the form and the function. So me, the way my brain works is I'm very much a function over form kind of person. I prefer the thing to be able to work rather than it to look good. And Will is able to strike up that perfect balance of it not only being able to look good, but to also be functional. So yeah, go ahead and check that out. Let's see. So I've got this here. Now, go ahead and, oops, why did that happen like that? I don't know what just happened there. Fit the screen. There we go. All right. So we've got now some screenshots here from Reaver Time Todd. Reaver, thank you so much for sending these in. And why isn't that coming up? Oh, come on. Don't fight with me. There we go. So Todd sent in a bunch of screenshots and stuff that he's working on here on his map there on Dredge Creek, Alaska. And he is doing some amazing work. So what you first saw there was a kind of farmer's market build that he had made on his map. And he had told me that he had actually been to Homer, Alaska, and is familiar with some of the kind of natural things that are around there. And one of those, from what he was explaining, is that kind of farmer's market area that's kind of built up there. And he's doing his best to kind of recreate it. And here he is building the airport that I mentioned earlier. And he did such a fantastic job. So these are kind of the kind of preludes to the screenshots. Like I said, there's a video that a couple of videos that he sent, and I hope that I'll be able to show those off on the next stream. So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, this is the farmer's market on your screen right now that he's working on, and it looks fantastic. So again, thank you all so very much. That's all the screenshots I have at the moment. Let's go back to the camera here real quick, catch up with the chat, and then we will set off on what we're working on next. So Bradford says, "Are you sure that you're all caught up?" I was. I was. Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. Rambo says, "I have a digital copy of Giants ordered for FS25, which is on the Pacific Coast, is going to be the evening before on 11/11. I'm taking the whole week off just to play FS25, LOL." Dude, right there with you. Right there with you. I took the entire week off when it's supposed to drop. And I mean, because I have two small kids, like I mentioned earlier, I don't get, the full, week off to be able to play, but I do get some opportunities here and there, and I might be able to try and talk my wife into let me sneak in some time, even if the kids are awake. Maybe we'll see. So yeah, we're definitely gonna try and get some good amount of stuff done. Got Rambo also says, "I also have a stream version that I switched to on 11/12 to sync everything, plus the collector's edition for the Ignition, LOL." Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. And again, thanks to Will T Gaming, I've got the same thing coming. So, dude, that's I can't believe it. Cannot believe it. Thank you again, Will, so much. We got Luke with all the custom emojis right there. So yeah, so those are all the custom emojis referring back to the channel members and what they get access to. Again, thanks to people like Luke, like Todd, like Jonah, the man, the myth, the legend. We got 3 new emojis here recently. Again, big shout out to Predator Studios for creating all the badges, all the emojis, the channel artwork, everything that is kind of the creative backbone of this channel. Predator Studios. So go check them out on Etsy if you're at all interested in getting any kind of work done. I think personally they do a fantastic job. It takes very little in the ways of me saying, hey, this is what I'm looking for, and they come back with masterpieces, in my opinion. So give them a look. Got Bradford with a bunch of aliens. Oh, wait. I skipped over one of Luke's. Luke says, I'll be sure to send you some more screenshots. Yes, please do. Absolutely. Love being able to show them off.
Yeah, I just forgot to send him some.
I'm telling you, dude, I almost sent out a search party looking for you. It's like, I got a stream last week that we didn't get any from you. And then we got the stream this week and didn't get any from you. It's like, maybe we need to put out an APB out for Will.
I don't think so, man. It's just been a long week.
I hear you, dude. I hear you there. Let's see.
Plus, like I said, I haven't really played that much. Only just do because I'm looking forward to FS5.
I hear you there, man. I absolutely hear you there. Let's see. We got Bradford with all the alien emojis. We got Pippa with the hi BDD. Hi Pippa, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Or in your time, it's daytime. On the complete other side of the planet from here. Let's see. Bradford says, aren't ready to be Marines yet. Aren't ready to be Marines yet. I'm sorry, Bradford. You lost me, bud. You lost me. I have no idea what we're going with that. We've got Pippa with all the custom emojis. Very nice. And we've got Pippa saying Team BDD. That's right. Love it. Thank you, Pippa. I greatly appreciate it. And we got Rambo with the I should join your Discord. Been working on this totally custom farm build on the Loma, Montana map and have over 20 hours just building the farm. Haven't even started playing it yet. Wow. Rambo, please join the Discord. I would love to see screenshots and all that stuff. Would love to be able to show it off here on the channel. So, would absolutely love it. Bradford says, what does your hat say? It says, let me look at the camera. Nope, this way. Army. Yeah, Army. My brother-in-law is active in the military, and giving him some much love. I got two brother-in-laws in the military. I've got one in the Navy and one in the Army. Showing my one brother-in-law off some love, and I got my Navy hats out in the closet over there. One thing you'll see is I'm basically a permanent cap wearer, which you will grow more and more accustomed to as more and more live streams come out. Again, thanks to this thing right here. It's you'll see all sorts of different kinds of hats on me. You'll see my Army, my Navy, my Detroit Red Wings hats, the whole 9 yards. The whole 9 yards. But we are good to go at this point, so let's go ahead and get to work. We got stuff to do. Finally getting back to, actually the job at hand, which is planting. Oh my goodness. So Will, we are only weeks away from FS25 at this point. We are really, really close. We mentioned how we are looking forward to it. We're wanting to see exactly what it is that the kind of maps entail in order to determine whether or not what kind of farming we're going to be doing, the whole 9 yards in that. Now, when it comes to your map, because you made mention how you are going to be developing a map for FS25.
Yeah.
When it comes to your map, what do you feel is going to be like the kind of driving force around that map? So we kind of mentioned how, certain maps have a driving force to, like to forestry, like Silver Run Forest. We got certain maps that do animal husbandry. We have certain maps that do specifically arable farming, or maybe even lean towards a specific set of farming within that within that map. Maybe do a certain crop type kind of thing. For your map, you've made mention how there are going to be a lot of kind of custom things about it, such as the like maple syrup productions and stuff like that. You're going to try and work in all these different kind of things into your map. Now, all that aside, what do you think is going to be like the driving force behind your farm bill? Is it going to be mainly animal husbandry? Is it going to be, just normal farming, arable farming, things like that? What is going to be the kind of driving thing behind your map, do you think?
Definitely dairy.
Going to be dairy. Okay.
Yep.
So I know you made mention about how, if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you said that your parents' farm has not only do they do the maple production and all that stuff, but you said they have a cow barn and stuff like that, correct?
Yes.
And how many head of cattle can that barn hold approximately?
Right now, I would say 9, maybe 10. I know that in the game wise, it's not going to be completely like 1-to-1 basically. So like what I mean by that is that it's is that for example, if it holds like if it holds like, let's say like 8 cows, right? Well then in the game it's probably gonna hold like you know they have 2 different areas that they hold cows. They have some at the house and which holds 2 that they have there right now, and then they got all the rest.
Okay. So are you going to try and set up to where it's going to have like the 2 separate facilities, or are you going to try and set up to where it's going to be kind of more functional for gameplay purposes?
So the way that I want to do it is that as soon as I can get all the details I need to for FS, like implement them, because they mentioned grazing.
Yes.
I'm going to try to implement in there as well. So basically, you'd actually have to take the cows and actually bring them down the road and actually and switch them basically, so they're not all in just one. So for example, so if you have them like at the house, and then like the grass is starting to get low, like you would actually have to transport them down the road to get fresh new grass, and wait for it to grow back.
Oh, that yeah. So almost like rotations and stuff like that, like
Yeah.
animal rotations. Oh, now that's a great idea. So do you wanna go ahead and kind of mention all the kind of features that you want to try and build into this map? Like I said, we kind of mentioned a few with the maple syrup productions and stuff like that. But is there anything else that you're really wanting to try and build into it?
I would definitely say, yeah. So maple syrup is like the big focus on that, and I know definitely cattle. I know is definitely a big one. So there's gonna be, so there's gonna be, like Ryan Crest, which is like the main area. And then you're gonna have like my parents' farm, and then there's gonna be a horse farm down, a horse pasture, that you can buy. It's not gonna be like the main farm. It's like it's kind of like Stone Valley. It's you buy another farm and so you're gonna have a horse pasture that's gonna hold the max amount of horses that you can have, whatever that's gonna be in FS25. Because I'm trying to wait to see if they up the animal husbandry, because right now in FS22 you can only hold 20. Oh no, that's 22. Wow, 10 animal husbandries max. So I'm trying to see if if they're going to raise that at all. Um, if they do, great. If not, we'll work around, because just on the dairy farm itself is already going to be like 8 cow barns by itself.
Oh, wow.
But talking with Salabuki, and with Lancey Boy and a couple other modders, we came up with a specific design pattern where basically you're going to see all 3 cow barns, but all 3 of them, instead of being separate, are going to be linked, but they're going to have individual properties. So, for example, so at the end of one, you're going to have basically like the milk chamber, which is where all the milk from all 3 cow barns is. And you'll be able to enter inside, do whatever you need to do. Like, every door is going to be functional. Walk in, turn all the lights up, and at a very specific hour, about 5-6 in the morning, you'll actually see cows in the milker, like where they get milked. And you'll see them get switched out, and then later on, cows get milked twice, so you'll see them again come back in later on. The way that we're going to do it is, so you have 1 cow barn, which is going to produce the milk, so you go there for the milk, and then for the next one over, straw, and then the 3rd cow barn is where you feed all of them. So each cow barn has its own purpose, but it's basically one big cow barn. That big cow barn, in real life, the max head that each one of those can hold, just 1 cow barn, one of those can hold 300 head of cattle.
Oh, wow.
In the game, all 3 of them is going to be about 4,000 head of cattle.
Wow. So you're going to have
just
a serious dairy operation going.
Yeah, and it's also going to be a function where you muck them. And instead of like just placing like a manure pit, there's actually gonna so on the map itself, you're going to be able to, you actually have to go into the barn and muck them out, but because you have to go in there, scoop it out, and then there's going to be pads at the end where you can dump the manure to store it, if you need to. Then there's to be 2 massive slurry lagoons. But the neat part, which I know no other modder for Council ever done, and this caught Salabuki's eye, and he wants to do it for a map down the road, is you have to back a tractor up to actually attach it to run the slurry pump. So the pump will actually be hanging over. So you'll actually have to back up your slurry tanker, and you'll actually see it go right in, instead of just pulling up and just seeing it load automatically from somewhere. And then there's going to be 2 other cow barns up front, which are for like mid-age cows, which will work perfectly for FS25. Babies, mid-age, and like full-grown. So you'll have 2 cow barns up front, which will hold 500 apiece. Now, realistically, they can hold 100 head, but we're making it 500. Just because, more better, And then then the way that we're setting it up, because was Mr. Hector, right? Mr. Hector, he's the one that made Carpathian Countryside.
Yep.
When he released those calf huts, each calf hut consists of 1 to 5 head, of cows, which mainly are made for calves. There's going to be a big group on the side of a building that you can use, but the way that we're going to do it is that you walk up, and it's basically selected as 1 cow barn.
Okay.
And that is going to be based off realism. So there's going to be 10. So you'll have 10 baby animals that you'll be able to have right there. But you have to go to every single one and fill it with milk. Every single one. But you go to one trigger to actually buy the animals. And you will have to muck them out. And then there's going to be a massive calf barn that's going to hold 1,000 calves.
Oh, wow.
It's actually because they had it originally, and then they put an extension. The reason why I've been waiting farm. So instead of making it for FS22 and then having to upload everything and then add things in, that's why we pushed it off, because I knew baby animals were coming. I had that gut were coming. So, then the main house is going to be fully interior. So you can literally go inside, and you can actually walk up to a chair and potentially sit down and make that work. But every door is going to be functional. There's a swimming pool in the back. And then during the winter, the swimming pool covers it. And then there will be a garage that you can use as well. Every single house that's going to be on that map, like I said, because we're just waiting on my. I know he's mainly waiting on. He's gonna send it over for like the simplest of details, which is one thing that I'm excited for the collector's edition, because it comes with a modding, which is nice. So I know how to convert everything over. We're gonna try to make every building enderable. Every single building. That means every house going down the road. Like, and then when you actually go into like Small Village Corfu, like you'll have the gas station which you'll be able to enter. And then there will be a sell point there. There will also be a sell point at the pizzeria, et cetera, et cetera. But I know that it's gonna take a lot of work, and I know we already started it. So now I'm just waiting because Lancey models, so I won't have to, which is super nice. And Lancey makes pretty good placeables.
Oh yeah.
And then Celabuki is the one that's gonna be helping me with the map, and adding all these details. And I also have been talking with wow, I just have a massive brain fart. It'll come back to me, but he made a mod specific Mac. There was no way that it was over. Where basically you have this attachment in the back that you actually back up, and then you drop it down the slurry pit, and then you turn it on, and it just simulates a mix. And then you just pan the unloading nozzle basically to where you want it. I'm in collaboration with him right now because we're basically using that, but it's station.
Okay.
So, and because how like in some triggers, when you pull up to a slurry lagoon, you pull up and it's just like there on the ground, you just pull up next to it, and automatically it just starts filling.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Well, for this, there is going to be a trigger there, but when you back underneath it, and then you go to fill it, you'll actually see it pouring down into your tanker.
Oh, that's cool.
And like the rubber nozzle that's up top will actually move while it's coming out. It's like all these little animations that we're planning to do, and I know for my parents, because you're already talking about you're looking about 5-6 cow bars just on the main dairy farm, and then you got 2, potentially 3. It all depends on how. There's definitely a chicken coop at my parents, which is going to hold 100 chickens. and then you're going to have their barn with their cow stable, which is going to hold 100 head of cattle. But it's not going to be dairy cows. That's going to be beef only.
Okay.
And then down the road, their pasture down the road is basically going to have 4 different sections. Now, if they implement grazing the way I think they're going to, which I'm really crossing my fingers hoping they do, then you'll be able to actually go and open a gate and then be able. I mean, yeah, you're going to have to like collect the animals with the trailer, but move them to the next area over. And then let them graze in that area instead of the other area that they were just in.
So Will, I don't think that you have the stream going up right now, but for the past several minutes, I've had the "shut up and take my money" gif running in the background, because, dude, you sold sold me. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
No, I don't have it up with them. Yeah. Then the other dairy farm, which is run down at the moment, but thankfully, Tom Reynolds, who used to own that, has pictures of what it used to be. So, which is nice because then I can go back through and see what it looked like and then recreate it. And then that cow barn by itself, that's going to be one of those cow barns that you're going to actually have to bring wood to. Whatever. Like rebuild it, basically.
Yeah.
And then once you get it all rebuilt, you can use it. So the second you rebuild it, it'll pop up with an animal trip. But it'll hold 500 cow.
Now, that actually kind of reminds me. Is that a confirmed feature for FS25? Are the modders going to have the ability to create, like productions, or not productions, but these kind of buildable buildings? Are they going to be able to create those things for us? They are.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, now see, that is probably one of the best decisions that Giants made, in my opinion. Pretty much any time they can open things up to the modding community, I think is the best. But the fact that you are going to be able to, like you were saying, be able to take this older kind of dilapidated portion of the farm that you're going to build and be able to make it to where it's going to be something that we as a community can then bring the resources to, build up, and then have something at the end to show for it as a fully functional, barn, is going to be like next level kind of stuff. And I can see that kind of in the greater expanse of what other modders are going to be able to create with that kind of mechanic. For you're going to be using it to create like an animal barn, but for others, I mean, they could recreate Silver Run Forest and have the roller coaster, or have the shipyard, or whatever. They might not have the animations. They might not have like the roller coaster. If you fully build it, then you can ride the roller coaster kind of thing, or the shipbuilding and the boat goes shooting out into the water, does a bunch of dancing around the water, and then takes off into the sunset. But they could theoretically do that. And what would be even better is that if they also build in the ability to make the incremental growth of said products. So using your example, you're building a animal barn, having like it look all run down, dilapidated, and then you start delivering the products like the planks and all that stuff. After you deliver planks, it then shows the kind of deconstruction of the outer shell, then building up the new inner walls, and just so on and so forth. Like it just kind of goes step by step throughout the process. That's what I'm hoping and kind of envisioning in my own brain, that's what they would kind of lean towards. But I mean, of course, you never know.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I know for building something like that, like what you'll actually see it happen over, kind of like the roller coaster, kind of like the boat. You'll actually see it getting fixed.
Nice.
With the cow barn. And that's not just the cow barn. There's going to be multiple other sheds. There's even going to be bunker silos that you're going to have to bring concrete to actually fix and patch the holes that are in there before you can use it. So it's going to be like that. So that's going to be like your start from scratch, basically, farm, and you get two big fields with it. So it'd be fine set there. And the property overall in the game is going to cost less than $150,000. So if you start from scratch, you'll be able to buy it with no problem. I know that, and then further down the road, now if they raise count from 10 to whatever, then we'll be adding more in. But if not, then. But like I said, Lancey Boy is all the models along with Celebuki. So they're making literally every cow barn. I know Celebuki is the one that's going to be going through and adding all the XMLs and everything else. I'm just the one who's making the map, and then once Lancey Boy's all done, he's going to implement all of the buildings right where they need to be. Now, there might be a couple houses that you might not be able to go. Fine, but he's going to try to make a lot of them enterable.
And I tell you what, I mean, when you're talking about, you know, the whole map making scene, the modding scene, Lancey Boy, Celebuki, I mean, those are two of the Goliaths within the farming simulator community. So I mean, you have got some really heavy hitters in your corner for this map. I know I've said something similar to this in the past, but I mean, it's not any less true. I mean, the amount of stuff that you're talking about building is, I mean, just in sheer scale, you know, a Herculean task. But when you've got, you know, people out there who have as much experience with map making and world building as Celebuki and Lancey Boy, and the other map makers that you've mentioned along the way. Oops, and I am out of seeds. I mean, you've got a powerhouse of talent, you know, and not to mention the amount of talent that you bring to the table as well. Because, like I said, I've mentioned this numerous times. Will's Alma Missouri build is absolutely gorgeous. It's amazing. I've shown his screenshots off on the channel many times, and I mean, every single time that I see the farm, see how it's laid out and all that stuff, it makes me like really excited. You know, more than I already am for FS25, it makes me excited to see the progress and how this is going to be built, get developed, and eventually published out for the greater community. I'm genuinely excited for what we have to offer here. And again, for those who follow the channel, who know, you know, my kind of tastes and maps and stuff like that, will know that I very much give a huge bonus to those kind of maps that are based off of real life, because it helps complete that farming simulator portion of the title. I mean, the simulation is, you know, kind of the essence of the game. And when you have a map that's, you know, almost indistinguishable from reality, those are the best maps to play on, in my opinion. Those are some of the best ones, like Carpathian Countryside here. You know, I swear I could be somewhere in this neck of the world kind of thing. And there's other maps out there that where you get that kind of same general feeling of, this feels real. This feels like something that I could literally, you know, pull up and drive to and like see the fields, see the farms, see all these different elements in the world kind of thing actively. And like I said, on Will's farm, it's all based off of the images that are in his own head, but it feels real. Like, it feels like something that, you know, a huge, like, huge farm has undertaken, has built up over the years, and is made into this multi-million-dollar, you know, business kind of thing. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to Will's map. I'm looking forward to all the features that we've talked about. You know, one I'm really looking forward to is the kind of maple syrup aspect of it, because I'm a big maple syrup junkie.
Do you want me to go over that or no?
Yes, please do.
All right. So the way that that's going to work, because you know how production works. You walk up to it, turn it on, blah blah, just like an FS. Um, the way it's going to work is much different. So the way in FS25, because I was just talking yesterday, we were going to originally keep that idea, but then once we up to like, oh, we can actually build some stuff, like we can like buildable farmhouse like that. So you're actually going to have to, we're going to have a custom production for tubing, and for wire. So you're going to actually have to get material to actually make that and bring it down. And then once you have material, you'll see the line start to form going down. And then once it's complete, it only turns on from January to April. So you'll have a smaller window to make maple syrup. And the way that we're gonna do it though is it based off. So 1 year you can do really good, another year, like you probably think to yourself, why did I even bother doing this? So it's all gonna fluctuate just like in real life. And originally we wanted to, so you just walk up to it, press a button, and you just see it get built. But but we're like, okay, FS25, they finally announced this. Why don't we implement this? So, and I got two other. So, everybody I have helped me on this. Silbuki, Lancy Boy. I got 4D modding helping in the background, which is a new one. I also have I forgot his name. MRG mapping. I got him helping. She makes PC only, but he's making a console only, like all platform map. But he's going to be help me as well. And I got a couple others on top of that, but I have two other people that are going to be helping implement equipment into the game now, because you know how. I don't know about you, BDD, but when a map comes out, I hate it when more than one required mod. So if you have to go to a map and it's like, oh, I have to install 30 mods. So I have Connect modding, which I know you've heard of Connect modding.
For sure.
They're helping implement the equipment to be on the map itself. So when you go in, it'll be specifically designed equipment for that map. And for different buildings, different productions and stuff like that. And I know, and then I have one other person, which I reached out and I was actually very shocked that they said that they would, is Giant Software. They're going to help make it and push it to a certain point. The map itself, if we brought it to FS2, if we even did, it would be gigabytes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I know for FS25 because they redid everything, so now all the mods are going to have lower megabyte storage, so you'll be able to have more mods, and so I know that will help with maps. But this map is at least going to be still almost, it's going to be like 800 and something, all done, all finalized.
Oh yeah, I mean, and based on everything you've told me up until this point, it doesn't shock me whatsoever that the file size would be that massive. You know, I mean, just what you covered here over the past, like 5-10 minutes is enough to go ramping up the file size of anything. And kind of to go back to what you were saying about the mods required for map and stuff like that. I used to be a really like diehard, like I hate maps with required mods. I used to be like adamant about it. But then I kind of got to thinking about it, and it was one of those where I've kind of softened my position on it, and here's why. So you have basically two options. When you have a map that is going to need certain mods in order for it to have the kind of appeal or the kind of vibe that you're really looking for with said map, you're going to have either it built into the map or have mods required. That's the only really two options that you're going to have. Well, really, the only difference between the two that, for me personally, is if it's built into the map, that just means that you're going to have a larger file size for that one file, for that one map. But if you have the mods required, yeah, you have, X amount of additional mods that you have to download, but you're not taking up any difference in file size capacity per se. Unless you're downloading like a portion of a pack or something like that. If you had a like one set of equipment and it's in this specific pack and you just want this one thing, then yeah, you could theoretically just get that one thing and be done and kind of go from there. But I mean, I don't think you're actually, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you're actually allowed to just kind of a la carte, specific items within a specific pack or anything like that. I think you have to have the pack or nothing. And then you've got to do the attributes and all that stuff. Well, so anyways, long story short is that you either have the storage, you have the same file size regardless of the number of mods or the number of maps that you have installed, kind of thing. So really, at the end of the day, you're either having one download for one file, and it's going to be the same amount of space, it's just one file, or you're going to have multiple files, same file size is taken up, it's just spread across multiple ones. Now, the only thing that personally is rather annoying when you have mods required for the map isn't necessarily the installing portion. It's the uninstalling portion. And this might be a more specific to me as a content creator kind of issue. But because I do tours and updates and all that stuff, when I have maps that are specifically, having a ton of required mods and whatnot, I have to then figure out, okay, well, which mods installed in order for me to then remove them afterwards. To where if it's actually included in the map itself, I don't have to worry about that. I just delete the map and I'm done. So that's kind of the newish position that I've taken up until this point, because I used to be exactly right there with you. It's like I hate maps when there's a ton of required mods, but then that, for the reasons I just mentioned, that's kind of why I've kind of softened on it.
I got you. Well, the reason why I say that there's gonna be stuff built in with the map is because there's farm equipment that Ryan Crest has that's not out for all platforms, not even. I mean, there's some of them that are, not all of them. Like I reached out to K-Series Modding, and I asked if they convert their Case IH MX series over in FS25, if they can implement it into the game, because I don't know if they're planning to release it or not. But I already got the green flag from them, so they're gonna implement that for me because they have 3 of those tracks.
Oh wow!
And yeah, they got a big farm, big old farm.
I guess I didn't realize just the kind of scale at which their farm is.
Oh, as of right now, they have roughly about 5,300.
Wow.
Yeah, massive dairy farm. But the way it's going to be in the game is it's going to be a little bit more than that, but that's just because it's off the game. Not off the real. Now, if Giants do raise the animal pen higher than 10, then we might reconsider what we're doing. But we like of just having those 3 cow barns as one, but having them do all different functions. Because when you do that, it takes up less space. It takes up less slots. And yes, because I know for a fact that I'm going to get this question. Yes, everything will be. So
I'm
if
sorry,
you go
everything
on
will be what?
deletable.
Oh, nice.
So for example, if you go on Ryan Chris, you're like, why don't set up? You can literally select each building and get rid of it, demolish it. And then you can just build your own farm the way you want it. And from what Lancey Boy and I were talking is, yes, we are going to be bringing a big placeable pack, which is going to consist of every cow barn, every barn, even the productions, some of them, over in a big placeable pack, which is going to be massive. I think he said around 50 placeables.
Oh, wow. It's kind of
But
similar to, what was it, like Black Sheep Modding? I think they did like a 60 building pack or something like that.
Yeah, it's going to be something very similar to that. Well, if you think about it, because it's going to all different kinds of sheds. You're going to have, I think it's like 12 or 13 different sheds. I think there's 4 workshops. I think there was almost 20 animal pens.
Wow.
Yeah, and then there's going to be houses. Big pack. But I know that when you have a big American pack like that, you know how many people are going to install that?
Oh, tons. Absolutely tons.
Yeah, exactly. And especially, and yes, because I know I'm going to hear about this too. I can guarantee you someone's going to message me or something and be like, "What about that big cow barn?" Like, because yes, so that big old cow barn that's going to hold off about 3,000 to 4,000, maybe 5,000 head of cattle. We're still debating on there. We're looking about 3-4. That is going to be one big building you just place down.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so even the calf barn that looks like a big old ute, that's gonna be placeable. And like the calf huts, you just place the one thing down and there you go. Like you can use it on any app. And right now I know I'm still waiting to hear back from and Connect Modding, because I know everyone that's going to be helping with the map, and I know then the people are going to be implementing the equipment into it. I'm trying to get the green flag or the green light to be able to bring another pack onto the mod hub, which is like a vehicle pack, so you'll be able to have what you have on there, but on any map. Now I know that one is still up in the air. I mean, I'm not getting my high hopes up, but I know that the placeable pack is happening. I know that the map right now is about 25%. But it takes a long time, and I know, thankfully, after next week, when I go on vacation, that's all I'm going to be doing. So.
Is working on the map?
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome. So let me ask you this, and just ballpark it. When everything's said and done, just working time, not taking into account things like, life and things happening in the real world and all that stuff, how long do you think it would take, like uninterrupted? How long do you think it's going to take you to get from like everything kind of conceptually, where it's at the moment, to like post it to the mod hub, like kind of a rough estimate. Like
Probably about
let's say
4 or
you
5
didn't
months.
4 or 5. Okay, so yeah, you so you didn't have to work, you didn't have to have to worry about bills or anything like that. It'd take you like 4 or 5 months of solid dedicated work to get it to where you want it to be.
Now, now, if you're talking about no focus on that 24/7 for probably about 3 months. I know, but with work and my wife and my whole life is, of course, priorities come first.
Of course.
It takes longer. But thankfully, I got two main big map creators that are really helping behind them. Now we all have different little parts of it. So I'm the one who's making the map itself, like putting down the trees, matting the terrain, and everything else to make sure it looks almost as realistic as possible, like close as I can get it. And then that's when Lancey Boy and Celebuki will come in, because they'll end up placing, putting all the placeables in, and Celebuki will come in and do all the XMLs, do everything, every special little thing that needs to be done to it. It's still up in the air right now, so I'm not going to get anywhere. I know we're talking about having different feed types. Now, what I mean by that is haylage.
Okay.
Alfalfa silage. Corn silage. We'll have different kinds, and have not most. Why did I just say miscellaneous? Molasses. Molasses. So basically, you would actually have to make so I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. So when you have like your main big dairy, like your main big barn where you have all your milking cows, that's gonna be your normal feed, and then you're gonna have like your mid cows, which are basically your dry cows. So you would feed them a whole different batch than what you would from your normal cows, and then for your calves you feed them milk. It's something we're talking about, but I don't know if he'll be able to implement. I'm hoping he will, because that would be awesome.
Oh, for sure.
I know I reached out to Giants and I asked him if Myers is coming to and I have not heard the response.
I'm sorry, if what was coming to the
Myers, the brand Myers.
Oh, gotcha.
Because okay, so BCB Silent Boss trailer, right?
Yep.
That's a Myers.
Yes.
That brand trailer is Myers. So, and they have that. So I mean, if they can, that'd be great. Or if they have like a future line down the road, it'd be Lizard right now and later. But right on the side of it, it's gonna say instead of like Silage Boss. So it's gonna be like specific equipment for that map. So
Okay.
It's all a big work in progress. I know when after I get all the train done, my plan is to take a whole bunch of pictures and send them.
Take a whole bunch of what in?
Pictures and send them to you.
Oh, yes, please do. Yeah, because I mean, I'm sitting here listening to you, and I'm getting more and more excited, not just for FS25, but for the map itself, because, like I said, it just sounds like it's going to be such a unique thing, and based on real life, love it. Knowing that you have the eye that you do, love it. Knowing that Lancey Boy and Celebuki are both involved in it, love it. And Celebuki, I mean, most of us know him for his maps such as Alma, and for his maps such as Iowa Plains View, and so on and so forth, and the new Bosnia map that just came out here recently. But what a lot of us also know him for is the amount of different types of not just fruit types, but the amount of different production types that they will work into their maps. So knowing that makes me really excited, because that makes it to where it's all the more achievable to have things such as the maple syrup, as well as all the other different products that you were talking about just a bit ago. Being able to have these people in your corner is a huge, huge step forward in not only the creation of this map, but making something incredibly special. So I've been kind of a, I don't know, I guess lack for a better word, a fanboy of the thought and idea of this map coming out for a very, very long time. For as long as I've known you, we've been talking back and forth about this map. Potentially coming out, maybe even coming out back in FS22. I tell you what, I'm certainly glad that we all waited in order to push this for FS25, because of all the new stuff that we're anticipating getting here in FS25. I think that it will be so much better suited, rather than trying to get things kind of rushed in and, into a certain position. I think it's going to be much better to just get it to where we have to get it to in order to. And
Hmm.
oh no!
Oh, what?
I've been doing all this work on the map, or on the field, not realizing that I forgot to purchase the soil information.
Oh, come on, man.
Wow.
And out of Celebuki's words, and this has come from. Ready?
Yeah, let's hear it.
He wants Ryan Crest Farms to be better than Alma, Missouri.
Wow. Now
And
that's a pretty bold statement, because I mean, a lot of people will sit there and I would even argue that it's one of the better maps for Farming Simulator 22. I wouldn't say it's the best map for FS22, but I'd certainly say it's definitely up there with the best. And yeah, if Celebuki's willing to put that kind of statement on the line to say we're looking for this to be the best, then that's really exciting.
I also have BC Bueller. Also, he's in the.
BC Bueller is what now?
He's also be helping as well.
Oh, that's amazing.
Now I do know. I know. I know you're gonna think this is another very big, bold statement coming.
1 second. Jonah. Jonah with his super chat there. $2 super chat just because I want to donate some money. Jonah, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Oh my goodness. Jonah. That is funny. Just because I want to donate some money. Anyways, you were saying.
Yes. Is that hey, you know how Stone Valley was pretty good, right?
Oh yes.
American Falls was also a pretty decent map.
100%, yep.
Lancey Boy also stated that that he wants this to be one of his best American maps. That he's contributing to. Which, coming from, if you hear that from them about this map, you know it's going to be. And I know, and I already stated, which I had to, okay, I didn't tell you this, but I had to fight tooth and nail for them to help.
Oh, really?
The only reason why is because other people have asked for their help, they've given it, but they've never been credited in anything.
Oh, really?
Yes. So, there was a map that came out last year. It was an American map. I forgot what it was, but it got removed instantly, almost instantly, because they're like, listen, he's using our models. He didn't want to, credit us in it. Take it. So they took it off. And I've never ever seen it back in map up again. It was up there for not even 2 seconds, and it was gone.
Oh, 1 second there, bud. Jonah. Jonah with another $2 super chat says, I know it's funny. Yes. Yeah, just because.
Jonah.
I greatly appreciate it, bud. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. You were saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah. The map was giant removed because Lancy Boy and Celebu both requested it. So I literally had to almost beg them to help. Which I know I don't really like begging, but I already have them listed down as top co-helpers, basically contributors.
Contributors, yeah.
So, which I already have them listed. So, which that's one reason why they're willing to help. And I know how maps get rated, and that's my big worry. But if you see Elmo, Missouri is like 4.87 star rating, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Stone Valley before it was removed from the mod hub because while Lancy Boy is doing some little touches to it before he re-uploads it again. That was a pretty close to a 4.8 as well. All of us want to hit between a 4.5 star rating.
Oh, one more second there, bud. Jonah with the 1 gifted membership. Thank you, Jonah, so very, very much. It was given to a no. I think it's no. Yes. Anyways, Jonah, thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. All right. One more time there, Will. Now I just think he's doing this on purpose.
I know, right? And then 40 modding, he made something for PC and Mac only, which I know people don't know about. I know he posted once about it and never posted about it again, but for PC and Mac on his page. And it's something that I know about. And the second that I saw it, I reached him to see if he could implement it into the trailers for Ryan Chris, and he said yes. So I am more than blown away that he even said yes. And AAG modding is also implemented for the tractors, forage harvesters, stuff like that. That anything you use in the field. So basically, like for example, if you're chaffing corn and you're going through, like over time, you'll see like little like chaff to start building over vehicles and trailers, like little crevices of trailers.
Oh wow.
Like if you use it enough, like it's dirty, But the big thing that I was kind of blown away.
I'm sorry, bud. One more time.
The one thing I was blown away by.
Sorry, Will. 1 second. Rambo Hacker Gaming with the $5 super chat says, just because it's fun to interrupt the conversation. Oh, see, I told you they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, they are. 40 modding made something like I stated, and it's never been done before in the history of farming sim. And he's going to implement it for all the trailers for my map. Can you take one lucky guess what you think?
So he's implementing something for trailers.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't even know
So
where to begin to guess.
So okay, so I'm gonna use like chaffing for prime examples. Like in FS22, you go to unload it and you like a like a like a 2D looking stream of stuff that just falls down and it just slowly drains, right?
Yep.
From the trailer. What he did is he actually made it so when you go to unload it, it comes out as one big block and then breaks apart. It's out the end. Just like in real life.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If I find it, I'll send it to you. But
yes, please do.
Yeah, but he's going to be implementing that in the trailers for Bryan Crest, which is like I've been called out by several different people. It's nobody in your group. It's different people that I've talked to. A lot of people. You're just making this. Even if it comes out, it's gonna stink. Blah 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 blah. And I'm like, you know what? You can believe whatever. But I literally have the proof stating that I have helping me, and people still don't want to believe. Doesn't make sense.
I mean, that's the thing is, you're always going to have people that are going to be doubters that are going to just, just kind of revert to the negative just because insert whatever reason. Whatever reasoning or rationale they have behind it, they're just going to automatically kind of default to that. And it's a shame. It's one of those that me personally, I would much rather be like, okay, like when we were first kind of getting to know each other. You were telling me, oh, well, I've got this map and I'm going to be working on it. I'm going to get it out for FS22. And it's like, oh man, that sounds great. Keep up the good work. And, like I was being encouraging because I want to see it. I want to see what you got. And what's going to happen is if you get people out there who are negative, you're going to get exactly what happened to like Lancey Boy. You're going to get that kind of, almost disdain building up inside of somebody, especially when it comes to something like map making, mod building, and things like that. These are things where people put in their time, sweat, and tears into creating for nothing. Right. Now, it's possible, like somebody like a Lancey Boy or somebody like a Cellbook. I'm not saying that this is what they do for certain, but it's possible that, hey, these people might have like a YouTube channel that they can go out or a Facebook page where they can potentially monetize, but that's side gigs. Like that's not like a full revenue stream. That's not being paid by giants. It's certainly not being paid by us as the consumer of said mod or map kind of thing. Right. That's just a, they are putting in the time, sweat, and effort in order to produce something, and you're going to be doing the same thing. You're going to be putting in the time, sweat, and effort. So be encouraging, because put it to you this way: even if for some reason the map never came to fruition, let's just throw out the hypothetical. Even if it never came to fruition, well, me being discouraging or anybody being discouraging is only going to take that one kind of stepping stone closer to it certainly not happening.
Right.
But taking the approach that I'm talking about, which is, positive and kind of that positive reinforcement kind of thing, is hopefully going to be, the energy that is needed to be able to, push that one extra hour of map creating on some night, or I'm tired, I really don't want to be bothered with this tonight, maybe I'll go to bed, or maybe I'll go relax or whatever. And then you'll sit there and think, oh man, but I know there's tons of people out there who really want to see this, so you get that second wind almost, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's one of those, like, it's the whole trapping the fly with honey or vinegar kind of thing. And I'm certainly not saying that you're a fly or anything like that. I'm sitting here saying that it's so much better to be positive and to sit there and encourage somebody rather than to discourage, dissuade them, and make it to where, you're basically cutting off your nose to spite your face. You're going to sit there and make it to where these people are not going to want to even be bothered. And look at Lancey Boy. Again, perfect example. One of the giants when it comes to the map making community, and he basically, threw up his hands. It's like, you know what? You all deal with it. See if I'm gonna,
Right.
create for you all for being this ungrateful, kind of thing.
Right.
And here's the thing: is I cannot blame him. I can't blame him or anybody else that would be like, you know what? Forget this. Forget this. Why am I putting in all this, sweat equity into something that I'm not going to be getting anything out of? Besides, hopefully, maybe a little bit of like recognition from a community.
Right. And it's actually funny you say that because there was 3 people that didn't believe me, and there's people I work with. Until they actually, and one of them is one of my close friends. Kind of really drove it in pretty good, but until he realized that I wasn't messing around, because I kept giving him all these updates. You know how I constantly reached out to you, yo, check this out. Like I know, and then even in your live stream, I stated internationals and a whole below. There it is 2 days later on Fact Sheet Friday. On the website, it's all international. And it blew my one buddy away to the point of how much I actually knew. So now he's more excited to see the map and see what can happen than push me. So
Yeah, so and that just goes to kind of prove my point, because like I said, had your buddy like actually been like, oh man, this is awesome, really looking forward to seeing what you have to bring and all this stuff, then you wouldn't have to sit there and be like, well, see, I look at what I like. You wouldn't have to prove yourself, almost, kind of
right.
thing. And it's like you could be spending your energy, being more creative and trying to figure out, okay, well, what's the next step? What do I have to do from this point? Rather than be like, okay, well, I've got all these people who are doubting, who are hating, and all this stuff. Like I said, this might be kind of a not a hot take, but a kind of like just be kind.
Right.
What does it hurt to just be like, hey, not to be a jerk, not to be like this kind of doubter or anything like that. Because again, even if the map never happens, even if
Right.
you're not being paid to do this, you're like, the only thing you're getting is potentially something like recognition of sorts. Like, hey, Will T Gaming made X, Y, and Z, which again would be really cool. That'd be really cool, but it's certainly not going to pay the bills. It's certainly not going to make it to where you can, play the game more, kind of thing. If anything, it's going to make it to where you play the game less, because you're going to have to then divert your attention to, other things that's related to the map, rather than just enjoying yourself.
Right.
So,
Right. I mean, I mean, as far as I know, because reached out to me and stated otherwise, the map's still happening, which is awesome.
oh, 100%, that's awesome. And like I said, it's I'm just playing off like the hypothetical of, well, if it doesn't happen, then that's fine. It's fine that it doesn't happen, and the reason being is because it's not like I would be furious. I would be very, very upset if, let's say, we as a community of players were to invest into a map, like almost like a startup kind of thing, And
Right.
the map maker is like, oh yeah, well I need, X amount of money to be able to then dedicate into, creating X, Y, and Z. And
Right.
then we as a community gather up the funds, we gather up the resources, and then it's like, okay, you've got what you need. This is your stated goal. Now let's see what you got. And then it never happens. That would be infuriating because there's something that we put you know, into the project, and thus there should be something gotten out from it. But
Right.
because all this stuff is done at the expense of the maker themselves, you know, I don't think anybody has the right or the what's the word I'm looking for? They don't have the right to sit there and to get upset over
Audacity.
something not happening the way that they expect it to happen. You know, that's the whole reason, like when I do my map tours and stuff like that, that I specifically go out of my way. And normally I'm not this kind of person. Like, I would normally not be so concerned with accidentally hurting somebody's feelings, because
Right.
most people who I interact with will understand that, hey, I'm not somebody that's trying to be hurtful. I'm trying to do X, Y, and Z. But this being the internet, and this being a community that, I'm, trying to not only build my portion of the community, but trying to, create a stronger, more cohesive farming simulator community as a whole. When I do these tours, I don't want somebody to accidentally construe what I'm saying. Like, if I'm saying something in the negative, I don't want them to construe that as me, like, attacking them, me holding them to some standard, or me, just being a jerk kind of thing. I want them
Right.
to know that, hey, I'm saying all this stuff in good faith, and that I'm saying it as a means of hopefully, creating a sense of improvement. And if that's what sprouts from it, then that's fantastic. But I have gotten
Right.
that accusation several times of people saying, "Oh, well, you're just being mean, or you're this, you're that." And it's like, no, I even went out of my way in the video to say, no, this is not personal. This is not, intended to be hurtful. This is constructive criticism only. And it's a you problem if you, think otherwise, kind of thing. So it's one of those um, when I'm giving those kind of critiques and those kind of harsh things, it's because I know that, one, people aren't being paid. They're not being, compensated. They're not anything. It's all for I guess, lack of a better word, community clout, I guess, would be probably the best way I could describe it. It's like, hey, Celebuki, he made Alma, Missouri. How awesome is he for making such an amazing map? Lancey Boy, hey, he made Stone Valley. Hey, he made
Right.
American Falls. Look how
Right.
awesome he is. Kind of thing. I look forward to whatever he has coming up next. Kind of thing. Is all of it kind of like making sense? Am I?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It
Yeah.
just,
Well.
I think people are just so concerned with, being so doubting, so negative, that they almost expect to get things. They almost expect to be like, okay, well, I expect Will T Gaming to put in 4 months of hard work, testing every little nook and cranny of this map, sitting there and losing sleep and doing this and doing that, to be able to provide me with something I didn't pay for, with something I didn't put any effort into, and something I
Right.
didn't have any kind of tangible connection to.
Right. I it's just funny because I'm just sitting there and I'm like, listen, like, I'm like, I can see my map coming out, and then like the next morning, whatever. Oh, but he did a review. Go in, and the very first thing I hear is, "Oh, this map is."
Now, see, now I might just do that just because I know you and just want to just want to mess with you.
I'm like, I knew it.
Oh, for some reason the movie was it The Water Boy? I think it was The Water Boy, and it's a scene with Rob Schneider, and it's like, oh no, we suck again. I don't know why, but that just came like rocketing into my head. Oh man, that's a movie I haven't seen in ages.
Never seen it.
You never seen Waterboy?
No.
Oh, Will, you should check it out. It's funny.
Well, it's just like Forrest Gump. I've never seen that.
Really?
And all I hear from people is, "What's wrong with?" Nothing's wrong with me. It's just something I'm not. I'm not. You know, I've was it Big Daddy or with Adam Sandler, is that Daddy movie, whatever it is.
Big Daddy, yep.
Yeah. You know, and I'm like, listen, the movies I like are like Marvel, DC, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, not like, like Back to the Future. No, it's not like that.
Okay.
People get all.
Like I say for Farming Simulator, I say it for movies as well, is that, to each their own. Play or watch however you feel the most comfortable with, and don't let anybody else tell you otherwise, because
I just thought of this too while you were saying that. I think FS25 opens the door, opens a huge door for a lot of content creators to act. No.
I'm sorry, you broke up there. It opens the door to what?
So I feel like FS25 opens a huge door for a lot of content creators that make content for Farm Sim, like Daggerwin and stuff like that, who make, like role-play series like the Squad, Dagger.
Yep.
Like Real Butch and all them. I feel like it opens a huge door to make better, more realistic series.
Yes, 100%. Especially somebody like, if I remember right, Daggerwin is like an ultra-realistic player.
Oh, yeah. He has, no mods installed either. He has very few mods.
Yep. Yeah, he's one that I pay attention to every once in a while. I'll see something come across my feed, and it's like, oh, hey, such and such a map. And if I remember right, it was like a lot of them I was watching were like some of his vintage builds. And yeah, I mean, real good content creator. Especially like you said, really is kind of a minimalist, and is able to do so much with the bare essentials.
Yeah, I know, but it. The reason why I say that though is because you have baby animals basically, you have grazing, you have like buildable things now, so you can actually bring in productions and build houses. You can build barns. You can do all these things now. You even include that new the new blog that came out. How chainsaws, brake hands, stuff like that.
Yeah.
You just don't scroll through them anymore. They're there on the map. You can actually pick them up and place them down. I just feel like it opens the door to more of a realistic roleplay series, which I know as soon as I actually get my new PC, eventually get up and going, that's one thing that I want to do eventually, is make a roleplay series.
For sure. Yeah, no, and that's the thing, is when you get new games such as Farming Simulator 25, all the new features, all the new stuff really just kicks open the door for content creators to be able to utilize and allows them to utilize and allows them to really get creative to start making things that they wouldn't have been able to do in the past. So it's one of those where all those different elements that they're adding into the game is really going to make things a heck of a lot better for content creators. But at the same time, it's also going to make things a lot better for what is going on here. Oh no, I know what I did wrong.
Oh.
I'm dumb. Oh no, what was I thinking?
No. And I know next week after I'm actually going to be joining main Patreon page. It's not due because I'm supporting them. It's because when you get like the top notch one, you can get I think $20-$30 a month. You get the first vote on what comes next. And I already know after their planner, or the Raspberry Planner series, which, you know, in like the pack in FS22, there's 3, right, in the pack.
Okay.
They're making another one. I think it's like, it's almost as big as the DB120.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is coming as a separate mod. But in FS25, it's all in one thing. So you're getting 4 planners in one bundle.
Oh, wow.
And then you get the honeybee headers. I already know what his I already know what his third mod is that he's. I already know what it is.
Ooh, okay. Which one?
It's his Valmetal Slurry Pack, which is also going to include his custom Slurry Boss trailer.
Okay.
So it's gonna be one package instead of separate mods. I mean, because his boss tanker hasn't come out yet for FS, but it's gonna be one package. And I know at some point he wants to rebring his John Deere 7R, 8R series at some point. I know he came out and stated all of his mods are getting all debates on what people want first.
Okay.
So, and yes, I did hear from Stefan from Giants, that there will be more storage capacity for mods.
Oh, nice.
So
That's awesome.
I don't think they raised it up too much, but I know it's a little bit more. Because the way like the megabyte storage, like the mod storage is now, it's less.
Yeah.
For like prime example, you know, Customati, they do phenomenal jobs on their down like the little screw. So their Valmetal pack is like over 120 megabytes.
Yeah. Yes.
Just huge. In FS25, that could be like 89 megabytes. Like they Giant Software did an engineering solve problem basically. Problem solving, where when they looked at FS22 and they looked at FS25, how can we make this better so people get more mods? Let's up the storage capacity just a little bit, but then let's condense the megabyte down. So you can have a bigger. So for example, like the honeybee pack, for prime example, that's a great example. It's 198 megabytes, almost 200 megabytes, the size of a map.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's huge.
When that comes to FS25, that might be like 100 megabytes. Maybe it could be a little bit less than that. Like you'll see a lot of these things. Like there was one that I had prime example of. I was talking to someone earlier about It was that one that Hispano just brought out. It was like the Lizard Midwest Cutter Pack. It was like 300 and something megabytes.
Okay.
There's one I sent to you because I think it's like 4 or 5 meters all the way up to like 18. And you could either have them, and they all come with their specific header trailers, or you can make it so they have like a built-in dolly. That's almost 400 megabytes just in that pack by itself. That is going to be way less than it is in FS26. They did so much optimizing for FS25, it just blew my mind, honestly.
I mean, and that's amazing. The fact that they're able to whittle away to such a degree that more storage and more optimized mods is just going to mean better results for us as players. So, yeah, good on them. I'm really glad to hear that they put an emphasis and focus on, that element of it, because of, like me as a dedicated console player. I'm currently riding at 80% full, and there's specifically times where I just physically cannot install additional mods to the map or mods to my system, even though I may want them, because I know that I'm going to have space for the next time I do a map tour, the next time I do a map update, things like that. And just I have to keep that kind of extra 20% open to be able to have enough space to be able to just kind of go about and do things for the channel kind of thing.
Which is one reason why I'm extremely stoked to send you that PC. Because I'm PC. So I don't know if you're going to have it on there or not. Might. But I have it's a 1 terabyte drive on the cloud. So when you install any mod, it goes right to the cloud instead of onto your hard drive.
Okay.
So you can literally have as many mods as you install on your on my PC for FS. The last time I counted, I think it was a little bit over 5,000 mods. We're pretty close to that.
Wow.
Installed, and I still have so much work on that PC on the cloud. And that's not just stuff on the mod hub. That's like exterior mods, my mod network, like the modders pages, stuff like that. That's all like third-party mods, But having a PC for that specific reason, phenomenal. Now, I know a lot of people are gonna think I'm nuts for saying that. If they're strictly fine, if people want to think I'm nuts. I prefer console over PC. The only reason why I say that is because to what you can actually do. But B, because you're limited, it makes you think, okay, do I really need this mod over the... Which one's better? Which one's gonna help me in the long run? If you can make a big farm, even better than better than mine on Elma, if you could do that on a console, imagine what someone could do on a PC. Just like what you said.
Yep. And that's it. Is with the sheer amount of mods and all that stuff, you get more options. You can do X, Y, and Z that a lot of the console players can't do. Like, you can have course play, you can have all these different mods that make life a little bit easier on the game. But how do I want to say this? And this isn't the universal truth while I'm getting ready to say it. But it makes it to where you're not necessarily going to be as challenged to do the more difficult tasks. And what I mean by that is when you're creating a farm, yeah, you might have more control, you might have all this extra stuff, but when you're on a console, you're having to sit there to make a good farm. You're having to, go at it at a completely different strategy, which is going to very easily translate over into the PC realm. So you'll be able to build skills that the average PC player won't be able to accomplish. For the most part. Again, not a universal truth or anything like that. Just kind of generalization.
Yeah, I mean, having a PC is not bad. Like I really enjoy it. Being playing PC because I've joined a lot of people's maps or I have nothing else. Oh, I'm just gonna join this. And the amount of room that I have, like I can install. I probably have 10 maps to install. 10 maps. And I can still put more up, like it's the one good thing because like let's just say for example, because the way my farm build is on Elma, if I get rid of anything, it's messed up.
Yep. Yep.
That right there is a prime example why I like people over console in that perspective. Is because I can go on my PC and be like, yo, I'm up right now. Not a problem. I don't have to get rid of anything. I can just install them as I need. But when you pour a lot of effort, it's exactly like what you said to me. You don't want to get rid of mods that that might interfere with your your save that you have going. Which I 100 fully respect. Because I'm like the exact same way. Like I wouldn't want to get rid of all my mods.
Yep.
But like I said, I feel like it's funny enough that that console players are the big majority of farm sim.
I didn't know that.
Yes, the big majority is console players. And I know a lot of console players are starting to get and all these other things starting to move over to that way. Now I know a lot of old gen players are beyond mad because it's not coming to old gen. And I had to sit there and debate with this one kid and say, no, it's not. We all knew it was going to happen.
Yep.
Because the way they made this new game, it can't. Like FS22 can barely run his system on his old gen.
Yeah. Well, there's certain maps that they made that it just fully prevents on previous gen consoles. I mean, there's just no way it can be supported.
So it just, I knew for a fact that it was going to come down, and I knew it was going to happen because originally FS22 was not even supposed to be on old gens. It wasn't.
Yeah.
But then they made it that way because too many people played. But for this new game, they're like, nothing we can do about it, because it's their giant Edition 10. It's not made to be on on older systems.
Yep.
So,
yep.
And it's exactly like what I told. It's the exact same kid that told me that my farm build sucked.
Oh, jeez.
That deleted it because he didn't like it, and then he wanted me to come back and build him another one.
Yeah.
It's that exact same kid. And I specifically told him, like, listen, get a new gen. And he goes, nope, I refuse. It's like, okay. And yet he's sitting there complaining he can't play the FS25. I'm like, dude, get a new gen. He goes, no, I refuse. I'm like, okay, so let me get this straight. So you want to play the game, but you don't want to get rid of your old console. And he goes, exactly. I'm like, that's not how it works.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I blocked him because
Yeah, and that's the thing is, there's sometimes where there's nothing you can say to anybody sometimes that is going to get them to either understand or to kind of come along with your train of thought, and in that case, I mean, you referred to him as a kid, so I presume somebody significantly younger, and that might just be the ignorance of age showing, or whatever the case may be. But it's just one of those that, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, the Xbox previous gen consoles, or just the previous gen consoles, I mean, they're multi years old at this point. I mean,
Yeah.
they came out what, like 6 years ago ish?
Roughly.
I mean, maybe even like 7 years ago. I mean, that is ancient
Right.
when it comes to the world of gaming, let alone, to, like, especially when you're talking just electronics in general. Full sentence stop. I mean, that kind of age for a electronic device is like, you're talking like Stone Age technology at that point, compared to like the stuff that's available, for current consumption kind of thing. So it's only a matter of time before, like even the Xbox that I have, the Xbox Series X, you figure that thing's been out for, what, 3-ish years now?
Somewhere around there.
The PS5s and Xbox Series X, I mean, they've been out for several years. And again, it's just a matter of time before something bigger and better comes out. And when that time comes, it's gonna,
Right.
You can't, as a manufacturer, be so concerned with throwing out the biggest net possible to get people to consume your product and purposely weigh yourself down and prevent yourself from going into the future, kind of thing. So
Right.
in this case, you can't, as giants, sit there and consistently, year in and year out, stick with FS22 style gaming because you want to try and capture the old generations, or the old style players, kind of thing. You have to eventually embrace the move, because eventually you're going to start turning people off for your game who are on the latest and greatest, because they're going to start playing the other titles, other games, and realize, wow, this thing looks like a potato.
Right.
Oh, hold on one second. Wow. Holy cow. Rambo, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, last gen came out 11 years ago. Current gen is 4 years ago. Wow. That just kind of really rammed it home.
Right.
I was sitting here saying, oh, well, 6 years for an electronic device is ancient. I mean, perfect example. Take a look at your cell phone, right?
There.
Like, most people are like, oh, my phone is 2 years old. It's ancient. Let me go trade it in. That's 2 years. We're talking about devices, like the current gen's 4 years old, according to Rambo. And like, that just shows you just how much legs, the current systems have, comparative to other electronic devices out there. I mean, but the point still remains is that, 11 years, even at 6 years, if I was using my conservative number, at 6 years, that's ancient technology. Ancient.
Right.
So for a company to purposely hamstring themselves and say, no, we're gonna keep on going to the old gen, and placate to that, is only going to, in the end, going to devastate them as a business.
Right. You know, and I know that Giants have already run on old gens, and that's how they know it won't. You know, and because just the ground deformation and the shadows itself made the game not even want to load.
Yep.
You know, but and then you come look at these new gens, which are basically like smaller PCs almost, are quite capable of running it just fine. You know, and I've told many people, like, get a new system. Like I've seen so many people, like, in any FS community page I'm part of, I've seen people left and right now saying, "Oh, I bought a 5 and I already pre-ordered this and that." You know, it's because I think they finally realized, oh, it's not a joke. Like, we actually have to get a new gen.
Well, yeah, and I mean that's the thing is it sucks to be in the position that some people are finding themselves in. You know, I understand wanting to you know, just keep on keeping on with what you got and just kind of going from there. But the problem is, like I said, you can't expect the rest of the community who are not, you know, on the old systems to purposely hamstring themselves, or the company to hamstring themselves, in order to, you know, hang on to the technology that is had at that point in time, kind of thing. So I don't know. It just, like I said, I feel bad for some people, because some people find themselves, you know, well, I want to play FS22, but I can't afford a $500 console, or I want to play FS25, but I can't, you know, make the leap to PC. Like, my PC isn't strong enough, and all that stuff.
Right.
Like, there's so many different, you know, reasons, and I'm sympathetic to that. It's like, look, I understand. You know, it sucks. You know, not everyone's in a position in their life to be able to just kind of say, you know what, let's you know, invest hundreds upon hundreds of dollars and, you know, just kind of go for it, kind of thing. You know, all for a game. You know, there's plenty of people out there nowadays that are having to decide, you know, whether or not they're actually going to have dinner, let alone, you know, be able to afford a console or anything. So,
Right, exactly.
it's one of those, like I said, I understand where a lot of the kind of backlash comes from a kind of a visceral reaction, but you also can't be surprised. But
Right, you know,
I need to catch up with chat because I am way behind. So
you're good.
let's see. Let me figure out where I was at. Because of course, whenever I shift things around, it rockets down to the bottom of the screen. I don't know why it does that, but it is what it is. Let's see. Okay, there we go. I figured out where I'm at. Let me go ahead and there we go. Let's do that. So, where I left off was Reaver Time Todd says, what cam did you end up getting? Well, the cam that I ended up getting is the Logitech Brio. So, I mean, I'm really enjoying it. I think it comes with good picture quality, and that's ultimately what I was shooting for when it came to signing up for a webcam. So, wanted to make sure that it was going to be one of the better ones. Let's see. Luke Marshall, how's it going, Luke? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hello, BDD and chat. We got Bradford says, Army aren't ready to be Marines yet. I'm with you now. That makes more sense. Since you are in the service, you did not get it. No, that one completely went over my head. Let's see. Luke says, hi to Luke. We got Philippa says, everyone is ready for FS25. 100% ready for FS25. Luke says, I'm excited for your map, Will. Luke Bernie King says he's excited for your map, Will. So yes, and I genuinely think that there's a lot of people out there that, you know, to go back to what we were saying just a little bit ago, the kind of negative Nancy's versus, you know, the positive reinforcement. I think there's infinitely more people out there who are going to choose the path of what I'm saying, the whole positive reinforcement, you know, sit there and you know, be kind and doing all that stuff. The problem is that most people don't let their voice be heard and be like, hey, you know, heard you're making a map, you know, go get it, you know, good job, and all that stuff. We just, you know, just kind of go about our days kind of thing. But negativity, that whole negative emotion, negative words and all that stuff, that gets thrown around all the time. Because oftentimes when there's that negativity and that, you know, whether it's anger, whether it's, you know, sadness, or whatever it is, it often drives the reaction. It often drives the individual who's experiencing that to want to react in some way. And as you know, the saying goes, misery loves company.
Right.
So oftentimes when you find somebody who is, you know, angry, upset, miserable, whatever, they want you to be down in the dumps with them. They don't want to be there by themselves.
Right.
So they figure, well, hey, you know, if I sit there and, you know, dissuade or discourage, you know, X, Y, and Z, you know, it's just going to, maybe even psychologically, it might make them feel better that, hey, you know, I got a reaction, or hey, I got this, or I got that. You know, when in reality, they end up just hurting, you know, themselves and the community that they're supposed to be a part of. And my guess is that the majority of the people who are reacting in such a way, like with the Lancy Boys, like with, you know, so many other creators out there, my guess is that these are likely young, dumb kids who don't know any better. That's my guess. I would imagine that, you know, once somebody got into, you know, adulthood and whatnot, they'd realize that, hey, it's not, you know, going to be beneficial to just sit there and flame war on all this, you know, random stuff kind of thing.
Right.
I think most, like I said, most adults, most mature people are going to take the route that I'm laying out, that I'm suggesting, saying, hey, you know, the positive path is the better path, kind of thing. So,
right.
That's kind of my guess. Let's see. We've got where was I? Oh, I'm way down. Okay. Bradford says the Luke squared. Yes. So we got 2 Lukes in the chat now, so we are now officially Luke squared. Let's see. Jody says playing on Valley of the Old Farm. Ooh, that's a good map. That's Black Sheep modding, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Luke Bernie King says once I get a PC, want to build a map. That would be that'd be awesome. And Luke, if you get a PC and you build a map, let me know. I would absolutely love to check it out.
Wait, that was Luke. That was Luke who said that.
Luke Bernie King, yes.
Luke, I just want to put it out there, man. A lot harder than, like, I've been working on this 3 months now, and I haven't even touched it. so.
I tell you what, though, that's the thing is, yeah, it's absolutely hard. Like, you got to have a certain skill set to be able to do this kind of stuff. But as somebody who, you know, works in code and programming language and stuff like that, that's my job. You know, that's what I do for money. Yeah. I work in SQL, Redshift, you know, so on and so forth. And I'm completely self-taught. So it's one of those, learning a programming language, learning how to do these things is not outside the realm of possibility. You just got to be willing to put in the sweat equity, putting in the effort to be able to learn it. We all start at zero, all of us.
Correct.
So don't be afraid to go ahead, go out there, find some material, and learn what it is that you have to do. So
Exactly.
And again, especially if you got that eye, if you got that artistic eye to where you're able to not only marry the coding world, but also marry the visual world and create something special, then, I mean, you're going to be in a position where you're going to not only make something special, but you're going to make something that so many people, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions of people are going to have hours and hours and hours of enjoyment.
Right.
Let's see. We've got Jody says, I couldn't keep up with the many cow barns. Yeah. So going back to what you were saying there, Will, with the with all the cows and whatnot. Yeah, that would be a lot of cows to keep up with. But I mean, it's one of those where you just gotta. When you have that much in the way of animals and product and all that kind of stuff that is involved, you just have to figure out time management at that point. What is it that you have to do in order to get the work done? And whether it's you need to extend out the amount of time in order to have more days in a month, if you need to, you just need to kind of figure out how to best manage your time. It's just like real life, really. I mean, if you got a project and you got to do it and you need it by a certain time, well, you need to figure out how it is that you're going to be able to manage your time enough to be able to get the said project done.
Right.
So, like I said, at the end of the day, once you kind of figure that out, then it's all about just rinse, lather, and repeat.
All I do want to say is that once it's all done and it's out, I will be having a dedicated server though, based on it. So
that's awesome. Yeah, that would be great.
So if people want to join, they can.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, like I said, I'm looking forward to it. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. And again, even if, it's not everything that we're, hoping for. If it's like, oh, well, I wasn't able to get the taps working just right to where it's not working with the productions and stuff.
Right.
Oop, 1 second. Ken with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Ken. I greatly appreciate it. But like I said, like even if it doesn't have all the little details, all the little like nuances and stuff that you were saying that you were hoping to be able to put into it, I mean that's still fine. I mean at the end of the day, people should and ought to be glad that not only do they have a game where they are able to just kind of do what it is that we do here on Farming Simulator, but they should be happy and grateful that they got pretty much unlimited content for their farm, for their map, for whatever. So it just, like I said, it always really surprised me when people are just sitting there and immediately kind of turn to the whole negative emotions, the whole negativity is going to win out over, calm, rational understanding of how things, actually work. So, I don't know. It just, I know I keep going back and forth with this whole kind of, dynamic of good versus bad reactions and all this stuff, but it's just one of those kind of like I said, and I've had to deal with it. I've had to deal with people, with the not so nice things to say about myself, about the channel, about all that stuff. And look, it's all part and parcel when it comes to having anything to do with an online presence. Whether it's
Right.
you're a map maker, whether it's whatever, like all that stuff is kind of baked into the cake. But that doesn't necessarily mean that just because that's all part of the whole internet culture doesn't mean that you, how do I want to say it, doesn't mean that you have to kind of default to it. That you can be like myself and be like, you know what, no, I'm gonna go ahead and go against the trend of being super negative about what it is that I personally have a grievance against, whatever. Like I said, there's plenty of times when I'm doing a map tour or something like that where I don't care for the content of the map, and whatnot. But when I'm going negative, I'm also trying to couch it in some kind of positivity or some kind of, hey, this is strictly for, growing purposes. This is strictly for the ability of, saying, hey, these are things that, if, I had it my way, or if I, had the ear of the creator, these are things that I would have addressed, kind of thing, to kind of make it to where the map was, as perfectly polished as it possibly could be. Let's see.
Right.
There we go. Perfect. Sorry, I'm sitting here making bales. I know I'm on the camera right now, but I'm finishing up that big pile that I just unloaded. I'm just sitting here making them all into bales so I can destroy the production point that I had, the TMR production, because now I've got the mixing wagon. But let's go ahead and continue on with the chat. So, we got Rambo says, going to do a slurry scraper like what MA7 has on their cow barn. Very nice. Rambo also says, I really like that your idea of milk parlor actually having cows in it. I've primarily been only using MA7 cow barns on my builds because of the interactive milk parlors. Okay. Got Rambo also saying, love what you've been describing on the map. Yeah, so Rambo's saying the same thing. It's like looking forward to what you're describing there. So, I mean, like I said, I'm also very proud of the community that we're building here because, again, it's a lot of people who are coming together to be positive about, the world of Farming Simulator kind of thing. And I feel like, not that we've chased off negative people, because there's been negative people that pop in from time to time, but I think they very quickly realized that, the negativity isn't going to do much, isn't going to tilt the scales around here. So it's kind of how I look at it here. Let's see. Reaver Todd, Time Todd says, Will, do you build in visual stages like the roller coaster did? So I think he's referring to, and Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're referring to is with those particular buildings that you're talking about building and all that, it's going to be like visually progressive. So you deliver, product to the building, and then it just kind of builds in stages. And based on your answers from before, I think the answer is yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of lost on that question. I was like, huh?
Let's see. Rambo says, Revere Time Todd, the they have the pictures on the Giants blog showing some of the stages. Yes. Luke also says, I think that you are going to be needing a bigger seeder. Yes. The reason I had that particular seeder is because you can kind of go around at like 20 plus miles an hour, and just kind of it's a more narrow planting area, but it's a faster planting speed. So it all kind of works out. Where was I? Okay. Todd says to Rambo, thanks, LOL, should have just waited. We've got Rambo Hacker saying, house sheds, barns are all built-in stages if you choose to do it. Luke says, hey, Will, do you have Discord?
I do. I don't really use it that often, but I do.
Let's see. We've got. If you want, Will, if you want to, you can give it a shout out here in. If you want to give it a shout out, feel free to give it a shout out. Let's see. Todd says, "Is Will cutting in and out for anyone else?" Yes. So there was some instances of cutting in and out. I'm not certain as to why though. Rambo says, I'm going to be honest and say that when I see required mods, I don't play them unless they look really good. But now that I have a separate mod folder for each mod, I no longer care. Yeah, I'm like I said, if I was on PC, then really the difference wouldn't make any never mind to me. But I mean, I as I laid out earlier, required mods versus mods that are already built into the map. I mean, it's basically, to me, 6 of one, half dozen the other, because it's the same amount of space. If you have 10 mods that are required for the map, and the map size is, let's say, 100, and the required mod size is 100, so you have 200 megabytes total. Okay, it's taken up that 200 megabytes. Well, if you just include those mods into the map, you're still having that 200 megabyte total for that map. It doesn't change the size, and that's ultimately, as a console player, that's ultimately what's most important, is the size. What is going to take up the most amount of space? Now, again, I have a slightly different dynamic at play because of the required mods needing to be uninstalled after each map tour and map update. That is the most annoying part of the particular interactions with required mods. But really, other than that, if I was just like, the casual gamer kind of thing, personally, 6 of one, half dozen the other kind of thing. It's either taking all the time to download a 200 megabyte map, or it's taking all the time downloading 200 megabytes worth of map and individual files. So that's kind of how I see it. Rambo also says, I'm going to admit I forgot about the animal pen limit. There's a PC mod to raise the animal pen limits from 10 to 64. Some of my playthroughs, I have over 20 animal pens on just my farm. Wow. I didn't even realize there was a mod to increase the limit, let alone having like 20 different animal pens all at once. That's going to be a pretty big operation.
Who said that?
That was Rambo Hacker Gaming.
Oh, Rambo, I still got you beat, dude. Because on my PC, I got 36 animal pens put down. Yeah, 36.
Wow. That's a lot of animal pens. Wow. So Will, on your console version of Alma, you were up to 6,800 head of cattle, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So on the PC version where you had 30 pastures, pens, all
30,
that, how many?
36 pounds.
36. how many animals did that equate out to?
So I got, I remember, it's 5 chicken barns, which hold 5,000.
So
Yes, I got 5 of them put
25.
down. I got 5 of them put down. I got,
Oh my goodness. The
yeah,
amount of feed that you
I,
have to have for those animals is insane. Holy
I got,
smokes.
I got 4 pig pens put down, which is from Schultz Modding, the ones that 1,200 pigs.
Did
I
you
got
say
4 of them put down.
1,200?
Just in one, yeah, 1,200.
And you had 4 of those.
Yeah.
Wow. So maximum capacity of like 4,800 pigs. Like I struggle with pigs because of how to make pig feed and all that stuff. I struggle with just a few hundred pigs, let alone having several thousand pigs. That's
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, so for the chickens, it's 25,000 chickens.
Yeah. Yeah, 25K. Wow. The
And
amount of
then
feed that you need for
12,
those chickens is ridiculously large.
and then for the pigs, I got 4,800 head of pig. That's a pig. Um, I got I got 3 horse pastures, which hold 16. I got
Okay.
3 of them put down, which isn't awful, you know. Um,
Well, but the
then
thing
I
is, though,
got
is on PC, there is the one mod that's available to be able to have your animals like ridden for you, have your horses ridden for you, correct?
yes, I have that mod installed because that's the only way I have 2 horses. The the
In all fairness,
let's
I
see
would
here. Oh
install
yeah,
that
and then
mod even if I only had one horse.
mhm. and the and then for sheep, I have Celabuki's put down 500 sheep. And past year, I got 5 of them put down.
Wow.
Um, and then all the rest of them are cow barns, and they're all mixtures. There's between I'm trying to remember. Oh, great! I think it was 13,000 head of cattle. I think it was. Yeah.
13,000?
Yeah. Yeah, because I had a whole bunch of
Uh,
I had a whole bunch of I had a whole
I'm
bunch of
sorry. I'm sorry, Will. I'm sorry. I gotta step in here. So let me make sure I understand this. We're talking one with a 3 behind it, and followed by not 1, not 2, but 3 zeros? 13,000?
yes. Yeah, so I have 8 of the 1,000 head of cattle. I got 8 of those barns put down, and then I got all the rest of them a mixture of 300, everyone else like that. But it all equals up. I think it's like 13,600 something. So, but you
Wow.
you also have
Wow.
to you also have to think about you got course play, you got GPS, so you got everything because I have it set up in a way so where I have the forger in the field and I'm carting, but I also have it set up where I also have 4 other truck carting, and when they go to dump, then there's actually the guy that pushes it up and backs down, pushes it up while compacting,
Okay.
and then I
So
have someone else that's running all the feed and everything else.
so that's the great thing about being on a PC is that you have the mechanisms in place to be able to like build upon processes automatically. So you don't have to
Right.
do every little thing on your own. Like having 13,000 head of cattle on a console would be pretty much like, even if let's take the limitations of the console, the number of pens and all that, let's take that off the table. Even if with its current systems, current equipment, all that stuff, there's no way to keep up with 13,000 head of cattle. Even if you extend it out 30 days and 30-day months and all that stuff, I mean, you're talking about a full-time job within a full-time job in order to keep up with that much, without being able to have automatic workers, without having it just that is a lot of animals to take care of. Let's see. Continuing on with the chat, we've got Rambo Hacker saying, BDD Gaming, you are going to love being on PC with Farm Sim. Yeah, I feel like I've been missing out. I feel like there's been so much stuff that could be done that I'm missing out on. And after seeing Reaver Time Todd's airport build, his farmer's market and all that stuff, on top of all the other things that I've seen other people do within the community here, with external of the community through YouTube and all that stuff, I mean, it's awesome, the kind of things that you can build and kind of the things that you can do. So yeah, it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be. I'm looking forward to it. Luke, I'm sorry.
By the way.
Mm-hmm.
So between all the animals that I have combined, I'm at 1,700.
How much?
46,728.
Wow. 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 So, wow. Anyways, that's a lot of animals. That's a lot. I could only imagine the amount of manure, slurry, all the eggs that you like. It's got to be astronomical. The amount of money that you make on just the productions that those things produce has got to be next level.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. What were you gonna say?
And that's all on Lamb's farm, made by someone actually who made the map based on a farm that's actually in Genesis. And it's a 4X map.
Oh wow. Yeah, so you're working on a bigger real estate. You're working on a big amount of animals. You're like, dude, that sounds nuts. Let's see. We've got Luke Marshall saying, how is everyone doing tonight? Luke, doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. We got Jonah with a $2 super chat, said, just because I want to donate some money. Also with another $2 super chat, says, I know it's funny. And with the gifted membership. Again, Jonah, thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the membership. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. And then we got Rambo Hacker with the $5 super chat, just because it's funny to interrupt the conversation. And then Jonah with the 99-cent super sticker. I love it. Absolutely love it. Thank you all so very, very much. Let's see. I am trying to catch up here. We got Rambo Hacker saying, yeah, I don't get all the complainers out there. I mean, yes, there are toxic people everywhere on social media, but there are no excuses for people not having respect for other human beings. 100%. And that's what it all boils down to, is just having a base level of respect for just for somebody out there in the world. Like, just, but then you factor in all the other stuff that I was saying. The maps are free. The maps are sometimes take months. And again, I talked to Silver Eagle a long time ago, created a map a long time ago. It took him over a year. When it came to like, having to deal with real life kind of thing, having to work full time, having to, take care of kids, having to take care of like all this kind of stuff, it took him over a year to start to finish, the map that he made. And it's like you're spending that amount of time to produce something that you're only maybe will receive a thank you, and your biggest form of thank you is the number of downloads and stars that people leave behind, kind of thing. Most people don't get a hold of a map page. Most people aren't going to reach out to Lancey Boy directly and be like, hey, Lancey Boy, thank you. Thank you for creating this. Hey, Celebuki, thank you for creating this. Hey, Will T Gaming, thank you so much for going through the process of eventually developing your map. Almost nobody does that. Or not that they don't do it, but they don't necessarily all have the ability to reach out to these people. Not all of them have a social media presence to be able to do that. So it's one of those, like, if you're going to sit there and just complain about something that is free to you, number one, get over it. Get over it. It's like you're literally adding nothing to the discussion at that point. If anything, you're adding less than nothing, because I mean, it's you're literally getting this stuff for nothing, and you're complaining about something that's given to you. So I never understood it. I never understood. And like I said, the fact that somebody like Lancey Boy got so much pushback, for whatever reason, I don't know the whole story, and I don't. You know what? I don't care to know. I don't care to know all the details, all the ins and outs of it. But the fact that they felt that the only course of action was to just say, cut bait, like that's pathetic. That's pathetic. And I'm not saying pathetic on the end of Lancey Boy. I'm saying that's pathetic to whoever drove Lancey Boy to that position. Let's see. Rambo also says, sadly, it feels like the golden rule is non-existent in modern society. 100%. 100%. Treat others the way that you want to be treated. Yeah, the golden rule is especially on the internet. Especially on the internet, the golden rule doesn't exist. I think that in the space that we've created here, that it is one, it's the people that we're surrounding ourselves with. It's the kind of content that's being created. It's the kind of ethos that's being pulled out that is going to attract similar and like-minded people who are going to have that golden rule standard. But like I said, there's going to be people out there that are just going to, eventually flock. And we've dealt with them. We've dealt with them here in the chat before. We dealt with them here on the channel. And like I said, whatever kind of thing that, if somebody comes to me with a constructive criticism and says, hey, Dave, you could do X or you could do Y and it would be so much better. Okay. I might disagree with them. I might say, no, I don't necessarily think that that's going to be, worth the squeeze kind of thing. But I'm going to at least take it into consideration. If somebody says, hey, Dave, you're ugly. You're stupid. You don't create good, kind of thing. Well, number one, I'm basically going to tell them to go take a long walk off a short pier. And number two, I'm going to tell them, like, you're literally adding nothing to what's going on. Just take off, go. And that's kind of how I approach life, really, is, you like me, you don't, you don't. The great thing about YouTube, the great thing about, this kind of world that we're creating is that you can just click a button and I disappear. You
Right.
know, like you are in control. You have the power to keep me on or keep me off. That's basically all it boils down to. And that's ultimately what I don't understand about the whole interaction with Lancey Boy and people like that is like if you don't like it, you're not forced to download it. You're not forced to interact with it. Like nobody's sitting there and saying you must do X or else.
Right.
So Rambo also says, "Want a hot take? I just I'm just a few years older than you, mid 40s, and honestly feels almost like there was a shift in recent generations that people feel entitled or expect to have exactly what they want."
Mhm.
Rambo, 100%, 100%.
Yeah.
There's definitely, and I think it is because well, two fronts. The internet, number one, people have grown up with this kind of instant satisfaction, this instant gratification of what it is that they can bring to themselves. That's number one. And the internet delivers that. You want, cat videos, boom. It's right there at your fingertips. You don't have to work towards it. You don't have to struggle or anything like that. It's there and it's done. But then two, it's parenting. It boils down to parenting. If you're not sitting there teaching your children that, number one, patience, number two, where to give your opinion when it's appropriate, when it's not appropriate, where to, kind of offer grace and humility. And I feel like most parents nowadays don't want to parent, they want to be friends.
Right.
And because of that, they want to be friends, they want to be cool, the cool parent. You've got these kids running around, right, and now adults by age only, who expect the world. They expect everything to be
Right.
given to them, and if they don't, they sit there and throw a hissy fit.
Right. Exactly. No, I just thought of something though.
Let's hear it.
Um, Going back to the old PC thing. Well, as soon as I get my PC, I have it. Get it all set up. If you think about it, you have a PC, have a keyboard, a mouse, but on top of that too, you also have a steering wheel and a pedal, and the pedals it comes with it. Work for FF. Um, but you'll actually be able to use a steering wheel and pedals and a side panel, and
Oh, dude.
and and including with the ignition key, that gets to you. So
Yeah,
just
that all
be
sounds so cool. That all sounds really really cool. I'm I'm excited. I'm excited. Let's see. We got Rambo Hacker again saying, and in most cases, which this doesn't really matter, they don't want to put in the work to make something how they want it. Yes, again, 100% spot on. Is that people. So there's that sense of entitlement. And then on top of it, there's the lack of work ethic. There's the lack of saying, I'm willing to put in the sweat equity to be able to get the results that I want. And again, it just boils down to this kind of general malaise and laziness that people have nowadays. So, see, Rambo also says, but rather you can make something yourself or not. You should always be respectful and encouraging to other people. There's a place for providing feedback, but it should be done in a tone of encouraging. And that's it. That's exactly it. And what you said right there is exactly what I try to do when I have to give negative feedback to a map that I'm not a fan of. As I sit there and say, like, look, I'm trying to give not necessarily encouragement. Well, no, that's not true, because I do, because I'll sit there and say, I'm greatly appreciative to every single map maker who has put out the content, whether I like it or not, because again, it's free. It's free. I might not be a fan of the map, but that doesn't mean that I'm the arbiter of all that is true. I am the person that is just able to sit here and say my feelings out loud to a group of people. So people can take it, people can leave it, and no harm, no foul, no ill will intended. It's just constructive criticism. That's what it all boils down to, is constructive criticism. Rambo also says, I have all the mods folder synced with my OneDrive to back it up so I never have to worry about losing mods. I also have anywhere from as little as 400 mods all the way up to 2,700 mods in each mod folder. Wow.
That's how PC is.
That is nuts. Let's see. I may have a mod hoarding problem. LOL.
Me too. Me too.
I also have 72 mod folders currently. Wow. That's nuts. That's awesome, though. Let's see. Farmer Groot, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello all. Hot Night with the sheep. Poof, poof, poof. How you doing, Hot Night? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hey, can't wait for the new game. Oh, Hot Night. I am right there with you. Right there with you. Rambo Hacker with the $2 super chat said last gen came out 11 years ago and current gen 4 years ago. Yes, that is just nuts to think about. Absolutely nuts. See, Hot Knight says, what pack should I buy? Only game, or should I buy the big pack and get 25% discount on DLC? I mean,
I say go for like the whole bundle.
I'm kind of there. Yeah, I'm kind of there with you, because here's the thing: is what it really all boils down to, Hot Knight, is do you think that you're going to be so invested in Farming Simulator 25 that you're going to find that the investment into the DLCs worth it? Or are you more of a casual player who's just kind of hopping in and out, in a array of other different kind of games that you play as well? If you are like myself, where my mainstay is Farming Simulator. That's what I play the majority of the time, is Farming Simulator. I'll play other games, but the majority of the time is on Farming Simulator. It's worth my money and my investment in purchasing the season passes, or whatever they're called, to invest in those later expansions and DLCs, because this is what I spend the majority of my time on. So I'm banking that on the expansions, I'm banking on the DLCs are going to be worth that investment. Now, I will say that in 22, there were certainly some DLCs that I wasn't a huge fan of. I didn't really much use them or cared for them. Hay and Forage, I think, was one of them. There was 1 or 2 mods in there that was cool, but other than that, meh. And there was other things. I mean, there are other mods, other DLCs that just, again, weren't necessarily worth it. But those ones where, especially like the expansions, the premium edition, the platinum edition, those I thought were really, really good additions to the game. And it made a lot of things very, very nice. So again, it all boils down to you and the kind of player that you are. If you're in this game for a very long time, invest. If you're not, then maybe hold off and see how things kind of shake out, kind of thing. Maybe even take a la carte kind of approach.
You just brought up a great point, though, man. Now, I'm going to ask this to everybody. Now, since FS22 is basically dead, just as it is, it's on its last legs because the new game's coming. What, less than a week? No, less than 2 weeks?
Yeah, about 2 weeks.
What was your favorite DLC
Ooh.
by Giant Software?
Favorite
You can only
DLC
pick
by
one.
Giants.
Yeah, only one
Oh.
DLC. This is for everybody, even in the chat.
Let's see. All right, so there's things such as the AGI pack, the Antonio Carrero, the farm production, bleh, the I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? The Gavile, hay and forage. Let's see, the Horsch, Kubota, Oxbow, the Platinum,
Zero and Settle
or
Shark
no,
Pack.
that's technically not the DLCs. Pumps and Hoses, and the Vermeer. Um, Honestly, out of all of these, the ones that I tend to use the most, it kind of be a toss up between the Vermeer and the Kubota pack. Actually,
It can only be one, though, man. It can't
it
be
can
a
only be
toss-up. Only be one.
there can only be one. um, Let me see. I mean,
Tough. Okay, you know what?
oof.
I'll make it easy. Your top two. There you go. Your top two.
All right, top two, then probably, or no, you know, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I said the Vermeer. Um, no, and no, I'm not even thinking the Kubota pack. No, the Kubota pack was nice because it added the multiple people in the same set of equipment. That was nice. No, what I meant to say, so the ones I use the most is the AGI pack because of the seed auger, the seed treater. There's that one that I use the most, and then I'd probably have to go with the Gavile pack. I'd have to go with the Gavile pack between the wrappers and the balers and stuff. I think those are probably the ones I use the most.
So the AGI pack and the Gwail pack.
Yeah, just if we're just limiting it to DLCs, if we're also throwing in like expansions and stuff, then I'd have to pick one or the other because there's what, two?
Yeah. Well, no, it's just for DLCs.
Yeah.
Now, if you had to pick either one of the expansions, favorite.
Ooh, out of the expansions, I would have to go with the Platinum. Yeah, I'd have to go with the Platinum, hands down, and here's why. The auto tracking for the wood harvesters, I think, was an absolute game changer in the world of forestry. Because before you're doing everything manually, you're doing everything, you're having to turn the camera, switch everything around, like move, shift, shake, and just like doing all this. And I just bumped the microphone. You're doing all this stuff to have, at the end of the day, you take so much time in order to just get that one tree, But with that auto targeting, that literally made forestry work worth doing, in my opinion. Because then you could get things like the individual harvesters and whatnot that really kind of that really kind of made it worth investing in. Like the Rotna harvester. It's like what, $400,000, maybe even more. I don't know off the top of my head. But that auto targeting made it worth investing that kind of money, because then you can get the really big logs, you can get the really like good equipment to be able to get through the job and move from tree to tree to tree to tree to tree. To whereas before, you're taking so much time just trying to line it up, trying to get, all that stuff. It just, hands down Platinum. What about you? What do you think?
Now this question, now these two questions are for everybody tagged. For me, my top two DLCs are definitely going to be Oxbow and Pumpsin.
Yes. Now, see, the funny thing is, I don't think I've ever like use the pumps and hoses. I really should. I really ought to try and learn it.
I use it all the time. See, I love using it for big because it just makes it go by so much faster, so much easier. I know. I love using like the breeze. Sorry, empty. The in the Oxbow because it's Oxbow. I love that. I love that merger.
Yeah, the Oxbow merger is very nice.
Now, if I had to pick an expansion, I'm gonna have to say the premium. Now, the reason why I'm gonna say that is because doing carrots is actually a lot of fun. It really is. I love doing carrots.
I will give you that. I will give you the addition of the red beets, carrots, and parsnips was awesome. It was awesome. I do enjoy those. But like I said, it's just forestry being such a staple in this game. The addition of that targeting system was just an absolute game changer to me. Because there's certain times where you just can't get around not doing forestry, even at small scale. And now we've got mods that can use that targeting system, and you can get into the forestry and have auto targeting at a reasonable cost. For like less than 100K, you can have a 3-point link auto targeting wood harvester, and it's perfect. Right. So, yeah, like I said, it just, to me, yeah, platinum all day.
You know, I found out though that tree thing you were talking about. And so is the passenger support. Passenger seating, that's coming back, baby.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So, and winches are coming back too.
Yes. Now that would be nice. All right, so going back to the chat, we've got Will T Gaming saying his Discord is Will T Gaming. We've got Rambo Hacker saying, I think I am less concerned about space being taken up by mods because I have 17 terabytes of storage on my PC. Ooh, that's a good amount of storage right there. Rambo also says there's also a mod to automatically distribute the food to the animal pens, so I don't have to go around and feed the animals. It just auto feeds the animals for the animal food productions. That's really a good idea too. So really got, and like Will was saying earlier, when you get to that volume of animals, that volume of everything that you're dealing with, you got to figure out all the little tips and tricks and things that kind of take the burden off of the immediate player and onto whatever kind of automation or whatever. I mean, it's just like, just like any kind of business. You got to figure out how to automate and how to be able to, kind of move forward from there. Also, Rambo says, from the animal food productions. Gotcha. Reaver Time Todd says platinum with silver run, best upgrade to 22. Yeah, I agree with you, Todd. Rambo also says platinum for me, and then Rambo says I can't spell LOL. Let's see. Top two for me are the platinum and premium LOL. For DLCs, whoops. For DLCs, I would say the Horse Aggravation Pack. Okay. And the second one. And the second one being the Kubota. Very, very nice. And then Reaver Time Todd says the only DLC I use is the Horse DLC. Very, very nice. So I just looked up and realized, holy smokes, it is very late. It is 2:30 in the morning. As I mentioned yesterday, I was up until about 4:30 in the morning yesterday. Needless to say, I'm a wee bit tired. just a little bit. Just a little bit. But
Just starting to get there.
just starting to get there. No, I'm exhausted. And I've got a busy day tomorrow too. So that's gonna be fun. Anyways,
I gotta work.
oh, hopefully not too early.
Well, I gotta work today, 2 to 10. Awful.
Okay, so you get a chance to catch up on some sleep. So that's good.
I'm off tomorrow.
That's good. That's good. Let's see. Wow. Rambo Hacker says, "Fantastic stream. Keep up the good work and catch it next time." Whew.
Hamburg.
I don't know.
I think you need some sleep, man.
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what needs to happen. I'm getting ready to go do that. But I had an absolute ball here tonight. Will, hope you had a good time. Thank you so much for joining me here today. Do you want to give yourself any shout outs before we take off?
Just one last reminder. I do stream on YouTube, Will T Gaming. I'm trying to stream a lot more than what I used to. Trying to. I also stream on Twitch here and there. It's signed there. Or also, I also have a Facebook. So it's Will T Gaming, parentheses, the FS Encyclopedia. I post anything and everything related to farm stuff. Testing lists from Giant Software, blogs that I feel that's relevant enough to share, or even, and then the big one, I always post every mod that comes out with new mods, updates, and when I post the updates, I also post the log with it, so you'll know what is what. And also, if it's, I know a big one which is upbeating out tremendous, is if it's a map that is new to council, I'll actually write on there, like on the picture itself, council release.
Excellent, excellent. Rambo Hacker with the hamburger emojis. I'm so when you first started telling everyone about your about your pages and stuff, I saw that and I immediately started just laughing hysterically. I had to like move my head away from the microphone so I wasn't interrupting you. And then we got Reaver Time Todd saying, "Better go to bed before your wife disowns you, LOL." Yes. Yeah, she has been on me saying that I need to get better about going to bed earlier and I need to stop being up so late, and I don't disagree with her, but I got work to do.
Yeah.
I got work to do. So here we are, having fun and doing what we do best. Anyways, I had an absolute blast here tonight. I hope everybody enjoyed it. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things. The algorithms enjoy you doing. The shows are engaged with this channel, enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope you have a fantastic day. Take care. Will, if you would stick around for just a second, I will play us out and see you on the other side.
No worries.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
See ya.